Okay, so I think I'm streaming. I think it's going well. So I came across this video. It's about some professor, obviously a physicist or something, talking with this other guy. The actual YouTube is called "You Don't Understand the Fermi Paradox." Fraser Kane. Are we alone in the universe? How can we approach this question with a real scientific perspective, or any perspective really? It doesn't need to be scientific. I mean, scientists make lots of guesses and they just put numbers in to give them somewhere to start with some of these Fermi operations and the paradox thing. What would life even look like? Except, well, we're not even going to bother with that, right? What life is going to look like somewhere else, because it could look like life on Earth, and it might not look like it. We don't know. We're never going to know until we see it ourselves. So there's no point in arguing about that. You're just going to go in circles about what you think is more probably going to grow or survive than anything else there. We're not answering all these questions, by the way. I hate when people say answering all these questions and more with Dr. Adam Frank. Right? Well, you shouldn't say answering these. You should be saying asking these questions, because the answers are not factual, persistent. An answer you can always give. These answers change depending on the information that you receive and what other people want to believe and stuff like that. A faith and belief and understanding of science and understanding of mathematical fucking numbers like infinity and bigger and larger infinities. If you can understand bigger and larger infinities, I know it sounds like an oxymoron, but there is bigger and larger infinities. They're still infinite, but some are just bigger than others, right? And that's why you can ask questions, you can't have fixed answers, because they sometimes don't exist. Anyway, let's go on with this. So, the start of the thing, I think he's introducing them.
We've been obsessed about aliens for a
Yeah.
long time, but it really feels like in the last few years, the search is getting a lot more serious. We both have practical tools like the James Webb Space Telescope.
Mm-mm. The James Webb Space Telescope is not being used to search for fucking interstellar life. I mean, if it comes across something which can be something built, like if it captures like a sun with a fucking big giant metal band around it at the distance of a planet's what do you call it? Circuit of its sun. You know what I mean? Orbit, yeah, orbit. That's what I'm going for. If you find a giant metal ring around a sun, at the distance of an orbit of a planet like Earth, that's definitely been built by it. But to be honest with you, I don't think this telescope is picking things like that up. So it's not looking for. It's not looking for interstellar species and aliens and that. It's basically trying to study the deepest, farthest back parts of the universe. It was built to try and help them understand what is at the boundaries of understanding. It wasn't made to verify something that nobody's really that interested in and don't put any money into it. I mean, the search for alien intelligent races and, there's no to put money into it. I mean, I know you hear about, what do you call it, SETA and that, right? SETA used to just ask people to do it on their computer free. They didn't have any money to build, so okay, they've got some money now, but it's taken them, God, I've been in SETA for fucking over 20 fucking years. I was 30 years, I was with SETA on my computers, wanting to use my processor when I was not using my computer. Yeah, and it's taken them about 20, 30 years to get the money to build a few telescopes and run their own sort of like computer system and stuff like that. 30 years to build that. I mean, some companies double, treble every year, Obviously, they're not a company that depended on people giving them money and stuff, but you know what I mean? The James Webb Telescope was not built to look for intelligent aliens, right? or any aliens, even stupid aliens. It was built to look at the furthest depths of time that we can imagine, so people can get more information to make some kind of sense out of the crazy ideas they come up with as what do you call it, philosophies, physicists, you know. You could call them philosophies, physicists, you know. Some of them are it's like a religion, believing in worm theory or stuff like that, and dark matter and dark energy. I mean, well, we call them these things, but we don't know what they are. We don't even know if dark matter is one thing or multiple things that affect the universe, you know, in order to arrive at this expansion. It might not be one thing. But we're just saying it's one thing because we are simple human beings, and we don't want to make things too complicated for ourselves. We don't want to say it's 1,000 things and then try to find 1,000. You know, we start off with one, and then when we discover that one and we find out it doesn't account for everything, then we start looking for another one. You understand how slow it is to work with people that don't want to fucking think outside the box and can continuously think that one step at a time is fine. Whereas when you get a group of people together who are experts in multiple fields, you sometimes find that it's something they would normally do in their field that another field doesn't do. If you can take that and apply it to your field, sometimes you get results which are very surprising and completely boost the speed of your investigation and results and the data that you get. You know, these are things that we have to have cross. I don't know what you call it. What do you call that when, you know, I know one thing and you know another? Like you're a specialist at high jump and a specialist at sprinting. You know, well, you get physicists and, you know, mathematics and, you know, even geology and biology teachers together, and, you know, or professors together, and get them talking about things, and great things come out of it. Anyway, the JSW is not made for looking for intelligent life outside of Earth, you know, extraterrestrial. Just not.
Which allow us to search the atmospheres of other worlds, and then you've also got sort of an increased attention.
There's absolutely no way that a JST can look at a planet's atmosphere and tell for 100% there's life on that. They've found multiple planets already that have what could be construed as biological gases, methane and stuff, but that can be produced by a planet that's still under construction or still has a lot of volcanic activity that you would find this methane and stuff, you know. So, yeah, there's no 100% thing. So that's what I'm saying. It's not used for doing. It's used, yes, for seeing if these planets might possibly have an atmosphere that could support life, and these things point to possibilities, but they don't tell you that there is life on any of these planets, and it never will. It never will. All you can do is get a better and better estimation of the possibility of life on these planets. But you can send a spaceship there eventually and find out that there's nothing there, and we were just fooled by the way that nature on these worlds works. There's no life on it, it's just biocarbon, supposed biocarbon being made by other processes that maybe we don't see here on Earth, you know. So anyway, and then we've got these UFOs, and this isn't a UFO actually. You can tell quite a lot from the stuff they'll leave out on these videos, right? And also, whenever you've got a video like this, and then you've got like a supposed pilot talking, right? Often you can find that these are being manipulated, and the audio is from one video, and the video is from another, and they're completely different things. Now, what I take from this is exercise, training exercise. It's one plane following another plane, and they're trying to be able to detect it using infrared. with infrared, you can turn it so everything will be white and the bright hot thing will be dark, or you can turn it inverse, where heat is white and cold is dark. You know, there's other grayscale images that you can use as well. I mean, these things don't have one setting. You can set it for multiple different settings to actually see the thing. And one of the settings you've got is actual optics, where it just takes a full color optical fucking image. You never see that in this image, and I'll tell you why. It's an aeroplane. As soon as you go to not infrared, you'll see it's another jet aeroplane flying in front of another jet aeroplane. It's some kind of training flight, and the audio on it, I believe, has been scraped from another audio and put on this one. And I'm not even sure if the audio is an actual military air pilot or navy air pilot, or whether it's just a video with somebody just making it up and then putting it on the video. It could be either.
Because of UAPs, you've got NASA, you've got the military, you've got the government looking into, are aliens visiting us here on Earth? And, you know, there's no evidence that they are, but it's an interesting question. And are we alone in the universe? It really is a scientific question that deserves an answer. And we will...
It certainly does deserve an answer, but you know what also deserves an answer? Why, with the modern technology that everybody carries in their pockets, which is probably 8 megapixels, at least 8 megapixels, right, isn't it? Is it 8 megapixel AI camera? Yeah, and it's got AI on it, and it can steady things, it can sharpen things up, it can zoom in. I don't see anybody doing that when they come across a Bigfoot or an alien or a UFO. What I do see them doing is zooming in so much that it's out of focus. And now it just looks like, well, any street light. If I zoom in and put it out of focus with my camera, a street light's going to look exactly like that fucking UAV or UFO or whatever you want to fucking call it. So all these fucking photos that look out of focus and you can never make it, oh, it is a light. You zoom out and it's just a light in the sky moving. Slowly. It could be anything. It could be somebody's drone. It could be somebody who just put one of these Chinese paper balloons up with a wee night candle in it. It could be fucking anything. If you're not going to zoom in enough to resolve the fucking image to see what it is, and all you're going to do is over zoom and overexpose so it looks bright and flashing. I mean, this is why I stopped believing that we had UFOs. When I was in my teens, I believed in all the Second World War, the wee buzz lights. There was wee lights that supposedly used to fly. But you've got to remember, I mean, these people are under really stressful conditions. There are explosions going off everywhere. They're freezing cold. They're up high in the sky, you know what I mean? Your eyes get affected a bit more up there by, what do you call it, solar radiation. And one of the things that you get with solar radiation is you get flashes in your eyes. You get little pinpoints, little sparks that show up and disappear. Basically, at very high speed particles hitting the fucking, your eye, basically, the optic nerve, and causing a increased sense of seeing something. And it's normally bright and white or yellow, things like that, And these are known phenomenon that happens to the human brain. Pilots get it. You can get it when you shut your eyes in an airplane 6 feet up in the sky. You can get flashes in your life. Just shut your eyes and calm down and don't think about anything. Just pay attention, and you'll see flashes. Not every second, but you'll see them every minute or two. You'll see flashes. One, maybe two, maybe one, maybe a couple in between. But yeah, you will see flashes because these things are there. They are physically fucking streaming through our air and hitting us all the time. But by the time they get down through all the atmosphere, they've lost all the energy, they can't do it. But higher up, you'll get flashes in your eye. And this can make you think, your stress and your lots of things going on in your brain, you know. You'll feel death and high on fucking adrenaline, which you would be if you're in a bomber over fucking Germany. These things all construe to people seeing things that maybe aren't exactly what they're seeing, or there might not even be anything there at all.
We'll keep hunting for it until we find it. So my guest today is Dr. Adam Frank. I've interviewed him many times in the past. He's an author, he's a scientist, and a person who is sort of...
This is also something that I understand, right, and I get. A lot of these, interviews are being done because this guy's putting himself out there. Well, I want to get interviewed about this topic because I've written a book and I want to sell it. You've got to remember, this is no different than, what do you call it, late night TV show. Colbert asking somebody to talk about their movie or their book. You know what I mean? This is exactly the same thing on this video. It's an hour long rather than a 10-minute interview on a TV show. But yeah, it's an hour long because it seems like a deep sort of topic. It seems like there's a lot in it. But by the time we get there, we'll find out there's not a lot in this topic at all. A lot of the people who want it to be more are people who write books about it and invested in a way that this is a true thing and that other people believe it and want to read about it. After all, it's how he pays his bills. This guy is just doing what people do. I've got nothing against it. I'm not saying he's a bad man for doing this. I'm not saying this is a bad person for doing the interview. No, what I'm saying is, though, is you just got to keep in mind that somebody is making a living out of this. And they're invested in telling you that this is a true thing and that you should believe it as well and buy the book and read it because there's going to be stuff in there. It's going to blow your socks off. Well, I've read lots and lots of books over my last 40-odd years, and none of them arrive at any conclusive evidence or conclusive decimation of what they've determined. They always leave it at the end with, well, we don't know yet. But if you believe, you've got people in it who say, oh, it's definitely true. And you get people say, yeah, I'll wait for more evidence. And then you get people who say, it's all bunk, Personally myself, I'm a mere evidence guy. I don't believe the evidence is there for any of it. I'll talk about other things I believe later as they come up.
Right at the heart of searching for techno-signatures in the universe, trying to find evidence of alien civilizations beyond Earth. He's got a new book called The Little Book of Aliens, and it really sort of covers the history of the search for aliens, various ideas that people have, and what the future might hold for our search for other life of any kind in the universe. So enjoy this interview with Dr. Adam Frank.
Just what I say before we go into Dr. Adam Frank's speech here. We have DNA tested almost every bit of bone, every bit of animal, every bit of skin, every, what do you call it? Every moor's body, what do you call it? Peat bog body, all the, and men up in the mountains frozen in ice. All DNA tested, you know what I mean? All the animals, all the bones that were dug up, all DNA tested, right? And we found out that every animal on Earth is genetically connected through their DNA. We can see that they are Earth animals, right? We've never found an alien species on the planet, ever. They've always got DNA that connects them to some other life form on the planet, right? Every bit of life and dead thing we've found is tested to be Earth-like, We've never found any alien DNA, and we never will, until we find an alien. All these people that have been kidnapped, all these houses that have been raided with aliens that come in the bedroom, never a single bit of alien DNA found in the carpet or the window ledge, never a finger mark, a smudge that you can take off the window, nothing. These people just appear and disappear as if It's only in your mind. Just like dreams and nightmares and stuff. Yeah, they make you terrified. Yeah, and you're frozen in your bed, you can't move, and you imagine all the. Yeah, there's actually a fucking phrase for it. Sleep apnea. Look it up. People get this sleep apnea, and I think there's different levels of it. People can actually believe they're being kidnapped and dragged into dungeons and tortured and all that, and then wake up in the bed in the morning. Sleep apnea. It's a terrible affliction. My brother David had it. He used to be frozen in his bed, and I could tell something was wrong because I could hear him groaning and all that, and making noise that I went here and all my night. And as long as I went out and touched him, he woke up. But until somebody actually physically touched him, he was trapped. He couldn't move. His brain wouldn't let him move, and he was there, and he could hear all these horrible things and all that, chains clanking, screams, he was just frozen. He was horrible for him. I used to share a room with him, and I used to be aware I'd wake up in the middle of the night, I just sense it, hear it in my sleep, and wake up thinking, there's something going on, and help him out. But yeah, sleep apnea, and he would tell me about witches and warlocks and beasts with horns and teeth and horrible fucking shit, But yeah, I've never had a nightmare in my life. I've had terrible things happen when I've been awake, but I've never had any terrible things happen when I'm sleeping. Maybe mostly because most of the time I'm in control of my dreams, and I'm like a director. I'm directing the dream, you know what I mean? So I can say, oh, this is going to happen, and then I see it happen, you know what I mean? I can make things happen in dreams. So I don't have nightmares, If a monster appears, I just magically get a magic crossbow and shoot it or whatever. You know what I mean? I like my RPG games, so I'm pretty good at dreaming.
Adam, when did we first wonder about aliens? Like, when did that occur to us?
Yeah, a long.
I will tell you one thing, though. I do have something that happens to me in dreams, which sometimes really pisses me off, because I say I can normally control my dreams quite a lot. But I do get this thing in dreams where I'm stuck and I can't run or walk. It's like I want to, but I can't, and it's like I'm used to being able to just damn it, I want my dreams, so when that happens I get really frustrated in my dreams, and it can actually wake me up out of a dream, if I get that stuck, I can't walk, can't move, I can't run away, I can't chase, you know what I mean, that sort of thing, you get in a situation where you've either got to run away or you've got to chase something and you can't move. It is so fucking frustrating. I get that in dreams and it's annoying as fuck. But it's the only thing that I really find that is upsetting about any of my dreams, I've never been scared of fucking anything though, so I mean, a confrontation is just a problem to be solved. That's the way I look at the whole life. Anything difficult that happens, it's just a problem to be solved. Think about it, you'll come up with a solution. It might not be the solution you like, but it might be the best solution of the other solutions, Yeah, even the solution that's no good for you might be the only solution to a problem. And sometimes you've not got to think of how you come out of a problem, but how the problem gets resolved. And resolving a problem is better than have it hanging there forever just because you don't want to deal with it. No, you've got to deal with shit.
Long time ago. It's really one of the oldest questions you can see humanity sort of arguing about. And in fact, formally, you can see the Greeks yelling at each other. Aristotle had the opinion that the Earth was unique, particularly because he thought the Earth was the center of the universe. But then Democritus and the atomists held the position that the universe was made out of atoms, and atoms were universal, therefore there should be other planets with other life on them. So literally, people have been arguing about this for 2,500 years. Yeah. Occasionally, they've burnt each other at the stake over it, so it's been an issue that can get heated, no pun intended, or maybe a pun.
That's what I'm saying. Sometimes solving a problem might not be the best for you, right? If you find that your problem is you're going to get burnt at the stake because you believe in aliens and the church doesn't, maybe it's time to either change your church and move address, or change your mind and support the church. You can always believe it in your head, just tell other people that you don't. As I say, it's not always the best solution for you. It's not nice to go about lying to people, but if it's going to save your life, fuck yeah.
But it's an ancient human question.
But, like, our modern conception of other planets around other stars with life forms existing, like, when did that start to sort of creep into our collective consciousness, do you think?
Yeah, that's a good.
Yeah, I'll be back in a minute, guys.
Yeah.
Picked a fine time to suddenly think of mysterious. You picked a fine time to think of mysterious. You should have did that when you were 21 and made £1 million on the BBC. Being mysterious. You know what I mean? Anyway. And if you were that mysterious, you wouldn't have a fantastic song of me. I'll make you a cup of tea in a wee bit. I'm just talking to people on the internet. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I'm looking after my mum. As you probably know, she's got Parkinson's, and sometimes she gets confused, and I have to go and talk to her and set her straight that she's okay, you know. Probably see that in my future as well as I get older. She's 88, so yeah, I'm only 62. But I feel halfway to what she is now already. Anyway, life is life is life. So let's go on then. I need to get a glass for this wine. I'm sitting there, I was going to drink it with a bowl. But that would be uncouth. Let me just get a glass and then I'll be back, guys. How you doing, guys? I just got to use my tenant's lager glass for my wine. I was looking for a wine glass there, but I think they're all in the cabinet, all washed and cleaned and all that, so I didn't want to take one out. But we'll just have a fucking 190 mil of Sauvignon Cabernet. Yeah. It is a Gallo from Sauvignon Cabernet. Sauvignon Cabernet, is that what I had? No, it was a Merlot I had the last night. Okay. I was wondering because I didn't enjoy that Merlot, so I didn't get the day again. But anyway.
Question, and that, it's funny, after my, sort of 30 years of, doing astronomy and sort of keeping the question of alien life on other planets in the back of my head.
Guys, I've done it again.
It's only recently that I started to really, with these last two books, particularly the new book, obviously the little book of Aliens,
I need to put my
that I
headphones
started
in,
to really
you're
look at
getting
the
it
history
through the
of it. And I think it's
speakers
around the
twice, I think,
17th century, after Newton, and people started to get a better idea of how to do the physics of stars. The physics, at least, just conceiving them as other suns, even if we didn't really know what was powering the sun. You see, like in the 16th century, there is a bunch of books that are written, often with the title of the Many Worlds Hypothesis or something along those lines, where you see people actually thinking about stars and planets going around them and the possibility of life on them. So it's really 1600s, 1700s, is you get a birth of new, what we might call alien optimism, that there is the possibility of life out there. So that maintains until you get to evolution, the theory of evolution, and then people start asking, well, is life really going to form on these other worlds? And what's remarkable is actually by the early 1900s, because astronomers thought that planets were going to be difficult to form, people were pretty pessimistic about the possibility of life in the universe.
Do people fundamentally misunderstand the Fermi paradox? Like what Fermi was really getting at?
I think, well, there's, as I talk about in the book, there's really two different Fermi paradoxes, and they get deployed in different ways. The first Fermi paradox is the one I think he actually meant when he was, talking over lunch and suddenly, blurted out, "Where are they?" And what Fermi realized that day was that even if you had a spacefaring race that was moving at 1/10 of the speed of light, could travel between the stars at 1/10 of the speed of light, that they would be able to cover the entire galaxy, basically settle every world in the galaxy in a very short time scale.
Well, I don't know how he can work out that at 1/10 the speed of light he could cover most of the galaxy. For one, when would they have to have evolved and became a spacefaring race for that to be capable? 1/10 of the speed of light. I don't see how you could take out of the universe what this guy's saying. For one, even if you've got like a generation spaceship and it flies to another planet, and then they all wake up or whatever, right? And they go down and colonize this planet. The planet's not going to be in a perfect condition for them, all the time. There's probably going to be some difficulty in colonizing the planet and getting to the stage where you're able to take resources, and because you're probably going to strip that ship and take stuff down to build your cities and stuff like that, and it's going to take generations, maybe a couple of 100 years before you rebuild a ship and send it over. So yeah, and maybe there's planets in that system that you want to get to first before. So it could be couple of thousand years before you even think of putting up another. And the people to populate a generation ship, you would have to have a large enough population. No, that would take thousands of years. Each planet would take thousands of years to colonize and grow enough population to be able to put 50,000 people on a ship and send it to another planet, and not denude your planet of necessary intelligent people to keep your society going. No specialists, engineers, doctors, engine power fucking engineers, all that sort of stuff. You would want to send some away, but you would want to keep enough for your society. So you'd have to have a large enough society to have that excess manpower, excess population. I think whoever did this calculation at the tenth of speed of light, you'd be able to take out the whole, well, a large part of the universe. No, I just don't see it. Especially with ships getting lost, storms, black holes, breaking down, finding a planet they can't live on. There's so many. Nah, it's just not. The more you think about what could possibly go wrong with any of these trips, the more you think it would be harder for one planet. Can you imagine one planet like Earth making a generation ship and putting 50,000 people on it? What would that? That'd be cost the resources of the whole fucking planet to build that and send 50,000 people off with food, water. Some kind of, I don't know, they're going to, you'd have to have hospitals and all kinds of sport, and you'd have to have factories there to keep updating, and you'd have to be sending them out new discoveries, and if they didn't have the stuff on it to make it, I mean, how much rare metal are we going to give them to make phones and communication equipment, which we need, you know what I mean? Oh, all those rare minerals that we'd have to put in. Oh my God, no. And that would be the same for any society, unless they were so far evolved, in which case they probably wouldn't want to build ships. They just turn you into an energy cube or something and just fire you with a gun, and when you crash land on a planet, poof, a city pops out. Just how mental do you want the aliens to be? The way I looked at it, if aliens are like us and they're restricted to the same physics as we are, they probably haven't got any farther than landing on a moon or a planet in their solar system either. And it's probably going to remain like that for 1,000,000 years. I don't think we're going to get faster than light travel in the next 1,000,000 years. I just don't see it. If we ever do, I don't even think it's possible to get faster than light travel. I begin to think that all this is all bunk, and basically we are trapped in this tiny wee area of the universe, and I don't think we're ever going to see aliens. I really don't. I don't think mankind is smart enough to get itself off this little mud ball. I do think they're just smart enough to fuck this mud ball up so we all die out. It's going to happen some fucking time. If the planet itself doesn't do it with climate change, we'll certainly do it, with climate change and poisoning the water, so there'll be nothing to eat and drink anywhere. You know what I mean? We'll be fucking eating each other. We'll be growing people to eat and feed them on people. There'll be nothing left on the planet. No animals, no grains, no trees, nothing. We'll just be living in caves and eating each other. That's a desperate future, but that's the future I see, Fermi or not.
Relative to the history of the galaxy. So that's what we call the direct Fermi paradox. But the one that people get confused about is what I call the indirect Fermi paradox. People have this idea that, like, every night astronomers are pointing their radio telescopes at the stars and searching for life, and that we've never found any. That we've done some kind of extensive search for signals of aliens and we've never found them. And that is completely wrong. And
if we had searched the world for alien life the way that we've searched the skies for alien life, we'd probably have covered a couple of square miles of your town. MD's town, you've covered a couple of square miles. That's it. That's how much we've searched the sky. You go out of your house and walk 2 miles in any direction, that's about as far as we've fucking searched. You know what I mean? And know anything about. What's the other date about other things, but not life. So there you go. That's how much we've searched the fucking sky, mate.
Yeah, and the reason it's completely wrong is so mundane, is that there's never been any money to do those searches. So very little SETI searching has been done. So that's really the
Do you know what we also don't fund? Flat Earth. We don't fund proving the world is flat. There would be no point to investing money in that. But there's a lot of people invested in it on the internet around the world. But it's all bunk. And said that if we did find a signal, what we're going to do about it? We couldn't reply to it, even if we could, decipher it. It wouldn't matter what it said. Come and find us, we'd come to get you, you know what I mean? Hands up, we're the police. It didn't matter what it said, we wouldn't be able to answer it. So it's a waste of time really at the moment. But I suppose it's good for books and conversation over a few glasses of wine or something, or like this, on the internet. Yeah.
The problem with that one. So people think that we've searched and we haven't looked, and the reality is we've never really searched.
Do you think that Fermi understood how feasible it would be for an advanced civilization to settle the galaxy?
What's interesting about the Fermi paradox is probably Fermi never thought about it again after that lunch conversation. Yeah, because he was so smart. Right. It was really Hart in 1975. So this idea of the Fermi paradox kind of floated around. People, it was very much in the gray literature, as we call it. But then it was Hart who in the 1975 who wrote a paper that sort of formalized the Fermi paradox as a paradox. And Hart used it, the logic of Hart's reasoning, which I describe in the book, goes basically that, look, there's so many stars, there should be lots of intelligent life. If even one of those species was able to propagate, was able to travel through the universe, then they should have covered the entire or the entire galaxy by now. And we don't see anybody here, therefore, there's no other intelligent life. Like, that was the way he based his logic. So he certainly thought that it was possible to colonize, to settle other worlds. And then there's this idea of the von Neumann probes that, maybe it's machines that are doing this. It doesn't have to be biological critters. It could be just automated probes that are hopping from one solar system to the other, consuming resources to build the next version of themselves, and then hopping to the next solar system. So I think other people thought about this more generally. And the Fermi paradox, the direct Fermi paradox does have some issues about it. And we've written some papers. I think you and I even talked about it one time, some of the paper that we did. But it's really the indirect Fermi paradox that I think is the one that people misunderstand most of all. Because we're just about ready to really search for life. Like, now there's finally funding, and there's a community, and we have, it's not SETI anymore. I don't even really want to use that term SETI anymore, because to me that refers to one part of what I would call techno-signature science.
That Hart paper lives rent-free in my brain, for sure.
Right.
That is really, those arguments are devastating.
Yeah.
And so, like, if there was a counterfactual and the aliens were inhabiting the cosmos, what would that look like? What would we see for a bustling cosmos?
We would probably see. That's a really interesting question that we can ask. Like, if there were if there really was life in many places, then would we expect to already be colonized? Would we expect to have? Should we find ancient monuments or something ancient? Or should they be here right now? Which, of course, if you're into UFOs, you say they are here right now. So just a couple points on that. So as we discussed, that paper that we wrote a few years back, where we simulated the settlement of the galaxy, we found that there's one question of how long it takes to settle the solar system, but then there's the question of the steady state. Like, once you've settled the whole, or not the solar system, the galaxy. Once you've settled the galaxy, then what happens? If every settlement has a finite lifetime, which, settlements, nothing lasts forever, right? Then you can end up with big holes. You can have regions die off, and they can remain unsettled for millions, hundreds of millions of years. That's what we found. So it's possible that we're living in a bubble. That one way out of the Fermi paradox is we're living in one of those unsettled bubbles, and eventually they'll come through again. There might have been one here billions of years ago. And as we showed in that paper with Gavin Schmidt, there's no way to tell. If there was a civilization, a technological civilization here on Earth a billion years ago that lasted 10,000, 100,000 years, all evidence would be gone. So that's an important point when thinking about that, the direct Fermi paradox. So to your question, what would it look like? That's an interesting, let's assume that we live in one of these bubbles, so that's why there's no one here right now. Would we be able to tell that the galaxy was bustling? You might try and look for their communication signals. What you're going to want to look for are inadvertent indications that they exist. So, maybe they're using radio to communicate, and maybe we'd be able to pick up their signals. Maybe they're using tight beam laser, because that's actually probably the best way to really communicate across large distances, even across solar systems. Because radio, if you're beaming it out widely, you need so much power to be able to still be heard a long way away. So we might be able to pick up those kinds of things. We might be able to see their drives, the propulsion, whatever they're using. If they're using these giant phased laser arrays to push solar panel or light sails around, we might be able to see that. But it's also possible that with the technology we have right now, that we're not sensitive enough to detect that. So it's possible they could be everywhere except here, but we don't yet have the capacity to find it. But of course, we are developing that technology so quickly that in 10, 20, 30 years, maybe we would be able to detect a drive plume.
But it's been theorized that the universe was habitable from about, say, 6 billion years ago. And so advanced civilizations have had a 6.5 billion year head start on us. So if there is a vibrant multiple civilizations of aliens in the cosmos, and they are reaching, they've had billions of years of technological progress to turn what is a wilderness of the cosmos into, I guess the cosmos equivalent of a city, whatever's the end state of settlement, what would that look like?
Yeah, God, that's cool. The question though, there's a bunch of sub questions there that we take on in my research group. We take on quite a bit, and in the book I really try and unpack, which is, can you even have a contiguous civilization for billions of years, right? So we sort of have this assumption that civilizations become advanced and then somehow they're eternal, and that part I really wonder about, that whether or not you can hold a single culture, right? Whatever civilization that you're going to have is going to have some kind of culture, whatever version of that. And for billions of years, would it be one civilization, or would it be a series that rise and fall, a la Isaac Asimov's Foundation?
Or think about Baghdad, right? Like how many people have set up in that region and built city after city on the bones of the previous city? Right.
And that's exactly what I wonder about, whether or not, a fully settled galaxy, something like, in Foundation, where Trantor is the imperial capital, then yes, you would expect all of these worlds to have settlements on them, or at least the ones that are economically viable, the ones that you can do something with. You probably are not going to settle on worlds where there's nothing for you to do. Life, the most important requirement of life is to keep on living. So these worlds have to be useful to them in what ways? And so this also raises the question of, would they even, if a civilization lasts millions and it's advanced, would it even be biological anymore, right? Would they even, and if they're not biological, if they become, silicon-based, or even if not, they could become silicon-based either by downloading their consciousness into that, I'm not sure that's possible, or somebody creates AI and that's what takes over. Would they even need planets anymore? So that's what's so interesting about this question. And again, this is the kind of stuff I try and deal with in the book, so people can see that when you start really thinking about this, you've got to push your imagination past, science fiction is great because science fiction can really help us imagine the alternatives. But it's almost like you have to formalize the ideas in science fiction and systematize them to be able to evaluate which ones are more probable than others and what the physics consequences, the physics, biology consequences are of the different alternatives. So the idea that
So
they're,
that guy-
for example,
I
that
keep
they're
kicking
only
that fucking boat over
between the
here.
stars, they're basically silicon and they're only traveling between the stars. Would we have any indication that they existed if they never landed planet-side? So these are the kind of questions we try and ask in my research group and the kinds of things I'm trying to explain to people in the book.
Okay, this is, well, I don't know exactly what he said, I miss it, but if he's talking about ancient civilizations being taught by aliens who landed on Earth, unless they were flying stone spaceships, I hardly think they travelled in metal spaceships or energy spaceships across the universe to land on Earth and teach us how to use stone, which we were pretty good at using anyway. I mean, when you look at the stones that have people worked, Egypt, Peru, all that, right? You look at all that stone, most of it, people will agree, yeah, definitely humans did that. But there's one or two tiny wee ones that are outliers. This stone is so perfectly cut and all that, it must have been a laser and all that bullshit, right? No, just that there would be outliers. You go into any art gallery, right? You'll see all kinds of paintings. Some of them totally exquisite, and you're going to think, that's a photograph, that's not painting, is it? Right, that's how perfect it is. So these people have designated certain stones as so important. They spent extra time on them, making them really well finished. Only some stones. That's why we find only some that people say aliens did it, we couldn't possibly do that. No, human beings just says, I want this stone to be perfect because it's going to be in a pride of place in the house or the building or whatever. So we're going to spend extra time and get it looking fucking spectacular. People will be amazed at how we did this, That's what people did. Human beings have been doing that for fucking millennia. God damn it, Trying to make something other people couldn't work out how they did it. Mankind has been doing that for fucking millennia. So you find a stone occasionally, a thing occasionally, but to say, well, they couldn't have done any of it, when you've only got to look at the records, the writings, inside the buildings, some of them, they've got paintings and all how they fucking did it. We just don't recognise the fucking implements they're hand holding, because they're made for working stone. You go and find somebody who works with stone in America. United States of America, how many stone workers is there? You want a house that's made of fucking wood. Why didn't the aliens come down and teach people how to use wood? You would think that would be what they did, but no, they came down and taught us how to use stone. But even in places that don't use stone, like United States and Canada, you mostly use wood. Why didn't they give us a big book of wood instructions and a big book of stone instructions and a big book of metal instructions and a big book of what gods to worship? You know what I'm saying? Why didn't they just give us all our culture, Because it's fucking bullshit.
I mean, if you take a car into a place like New York City, that is a part of planet Earth that has been utterly reshaped to meet the needs of the civilization that lives there. What does that look like?
Yeah, now that's interesting. So this idea, this leads us to techno-signatures, right? That a world that has been reshaped by its
Or not just a world, like everything, anything.
A galaxy, an entire
whole galaxy. What would a galaxy modified for the needs of the advanced civilization, you'd think would be...
Well, this is a fucking stupid question. What do you mean, what are the needs of an advanced civilization? Do you mean, what are the needs of a civilization like us if we control the galaxy? I think that's the question that you try to ask. What would an alien civilization need? Who the fuck knows? It would depend on what they are Do they look anything like us? Are they a blob with tentacles? You know, God, are they vegetable, plant, or mineral? I mean, what would their needs be compared to ours? Could it be possible that we could live in the same galaxy as them and they pick the resources that at the moment we just don't need? And don't even know we need them, so we're just ignoring them, you know? We don't even know they exist, you know? And we're going around collecting oxygen, water, and minerals, iron, you know, tungsten, you know what I mean, lithium. I mean, we're like apothecaries, you know what I mean? We're like a 15th century apothecary still trying to turn lead into gold compared to someone who's flying about in a fucking F-22 or something like that, or Raptor or whatever it is, you know, or taking a rocket up to the fucking space station. Compared to someone who's in an apothecary boiling up fucking lead, trying to turn it into gold by adding acids and tinctures and fucking blood and sperm and whatever, you know, people think have got magic properties. I mean, this is basically what we're looking at. We think we're technologically advanced. But compared to anybody who could cross the galaxy in a faster than light ship, we're probably on the level of an ant. We're a fungus on the planet. If they wanted this planet, they'd just take it. Fuck me. So no, I don't believe there's races like that, because they would be going about the galaxy just picking off people like us, you know? And I reckon we'd already been picked off by now, the fucking noise we're making, sending them into space. So no, I don't think there's anybody out there listening for alien species just like we are. Some of us, you know, we've got a tiny minority, about 12 people on the whole planet trying to listen for aliens, you know? And it might be the same on their planet. 12 people, and when they find us and speak up, you go, you're talking nonsense. You know what I mean? It's just maybe the same as us, I think. It's like we think people who used to roam the planet, killing deer and bear and, you know, living in tents that they pitched for a couple of days of a week at a time and then moved on and the wildlife was denuded enough that it needed to recover. Yeah, we basically like that compared to these people, you know? God, but look at how smart they were. Fuck me. You put 12 ordinary normal human beings that don't have any skills in fucking backpacking, hunting, camping or anything like that, put them in the woods with all the equipment, but they don't know how to use it. All the knives, all the everything, you know, tent, and just see how long it takes them to just set up a camp. Even with the technology, to fucking do it as quickly as possible. See how long it takes them to work out how the fuck to do anything, how to organise who's telling who to do. They're going to guarantee they're going to argue about who does what before even anything is unpacked or anything's built. That's intelligence, you know what I mean? That's human fucking intelligence, you know? And if somebody came across a galaxy in a spaceship, they're not going to be normal fucking aliens. They're going to be the aliens they send out on fucking missions, like our special forces fucks, you know what I mean? It's going to be like a crew of a fucking battleship, you know? It's not going to be friendly, hey, hi, we just stopped by, want to trade treats. No, it's not going to be like that. Fuck me. The energy they've used to get here, they're going to have to replace that. They're going to want something out of it.
Be something we could see. What would we see?
Well, we might see Dyson spheres. It might be that like some very large number of those stars.
I did say that. That is probably the only thing that the JSWT or JWST, whatever, James Watt Space Telescope, the only thing it's going to see, if it sees anything, possibly, is an occlusion on a sun that doesn't change. It doesn't. It's there constantly. That would mean a ring, you know, around a sun. But even then, you couldn't say that it's a, you know, a ring of steel with people living on the inside of it. collecting all the sun's energy. You couldn't say that. What you could say is, well, it's either that or it's every planet in that system has not formed, and it's just all the rocks that would have made them up still circling the star. That would be an amazing thing to discover, and it would puzzle people how it could possibly have happened, why gravity has taken effect in there and made planets. But is it the sign of a huge disastrous war where planets were exploded by bombs or something? I don't, there's lots of other things you would have to look into with that. But yeah, the JWST could find a sun that's got an equation like that, like a permanent mar on its solar brightness. But I mean, how the hell would you tell whether it's rocks, spaceships, what he was talking about, like a high technological civilization built something around the sun to capture all its energy for its people, Maybe they would gradually build into a sphere, like he was saying, and encapsulate the whole sun, But I don't know. I don't know if it was encapsulating the whole sun. I don't think GST was actually seeing it unless it's pretty close and you could make it out. So I don't know what its distance level would be to see, because you wouldn't see any light for the sun if it was completely in a sphere of steel. The light inside's not getting out, so it would just be a black hole. You know what I mean? It would just be darkness. Maybe mistake it for dark matter. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe all the dark matter in the universe is suns that have already got a Dyson sphere around them. Maybe this guy was right that a civilization that started early enough with the ability just to travel at 10% the speed of light actually has captured, over a third or nearly a half or over a half of the universe already. And all those suns are all Dyson sphered, which is why we can't see them, but we can detect their gravity, That's a possibility, is it? I don't know. Weird, but how could you prove it? I don't know.
Have been harvested, that they have had solar, some kind of solar collector around them, either Dyson spheres or Dyson swarms. And for your listeners who don't know, a Dyson sphere was this idea that Freeman Dyson came up with in 1960, very early on, when he recognized that as the civilization progresses, it's going to need more energy.
This is the thing that I was into when I was like 13, 14, 15, I was born in 61. In 71, 72, I was reading all the 1920s, 1930s amazing and sci-fi magazines and science fiction books by Arthur C. Clarke and Heinlein and all that, and a lot of them talked about things like this back then and sort of small stories and shit like that. It's quite fun to be involved in the sort of exploration of that as a teenager, but as I've got older, I've found it basically much a waste of time other than just a conversation like this or, over drinks,
And the best energy source that you had, natural energy source that you have, is a star. So perhaps advanced civilizations cover their stars, or at least build spheres around these stars, the interior of which is covered with solar collectors of some form. So the idea of a civilization covering, harvesting all of its stars' energy, you can extrapolate to the next level and imagine a civilization that has access to all of its galaxy's stars. So,
hold on, let me see if I can find what I was talking about. I think this is the book that I read a way back, Ringworld. Building a ring world in space, right? That's not what I was looking for. Right, that's what I'm looking for. Ring world, right? See see if I can get this. Can I? Barry Niven. See, this is the book I read. I can't really. Can I make that bigger? No. That's a star. The bit in the middle. That's a star, and this is like a metal ring. See it? It's a metal ring, and on the inside of the ring, on the inside where the sun's shining, you see these patches of ocean and land, ocean, land, ocean, land, ocean, all the way around. So each one of these is about the size of a planet. So say you started off in this system, highly intelligent race, you've got one planet, and what you did eventually is basically destroy the planet. Just turn the planet into materials to build this ring all the way around the sun, and give you, what, maybe 60 Earth-sized species to grow into, you know what I mean? Absolutely. This is what a species would do, you know what I mean? A highly you would do this rather than building spaceships and flying all about the universe. You know what I mean? As long as you know your sun is going to last long. This one's like a white dwarf. It's going to last for billions of years. Billions. Our sun is it's a red. Is that a red giant? Can't remember. Is that an M class? Let me have a look. Anyway, that's a ring world. Right? That's what I was thinking about. Rather than, you know, I think there's another one, a ring world. You see that it's all living space. They don't have oceans, so it's all living space. But yeah, you'd imagine you would want oceans. You know what I mean? God, but yeah. Yeah, rainbows. I mean, it's. This is probably what you would see it as well. You know, you make a conglomerate of space stations circling, you know, gigantic space stations the size of a planet, basically. Hundreds of them circling a star, you know. And here as well, these white stars are going to last a lot longer than the yellow star. Our sun's a yellow star. I think it's a red midget or some fucking thing. I can't remember. Let me have a look. No. Sun. My designations. I don't know the designation. Some designation that does the sun now. The designation. I don't know if that's right. Sorry, it's not a month for it. It's a G-type main star sequence, G2V, informally called a yellow dwarf. Sorry, a red dwarf. Yellow dwarf. So a yellow dwarf. A red dwarf would be smaller, and Earth would have to be much closer. But the point where the yellow dwarf is, it's not going to. It's a main sequence star. It's going to go through the sequence pretty quick because of the kind of star it is. You know, being a yellow dwarf. Probably got maybe 5 billion years left in it, but by that time, yeah, the solar system will probably be frazzled and it will be the size of the whole solar system. Yeah, it will just swell up and swell up and swell and eat all the planets as it swells up. But eventually it will be the size of the solar system, then it will either implode or explode, or both, and become something else. And won't become a black hole, not enough mass. But could become like a dark star or something after it throws off its what do you call it? Outer shell, you know, of fire and doom. But yeah, so yeah, G class is a yellow dwarf. Not exactly the best kind of thing that you want to be. I'll leave Netflix up. YouTube. It just works, does it? I've got that up somewhere. Where were we? No.
On Thursday evening.
Where was that? Oh, yeah, that's right.
In that case, you might see a galaxy that is luminous in infrared light, without starlight, without the visible starlight, because these Dyson swarms are all, the second law of thermodynamics tells us you can't harvest energy without some consequence, and that would be waste heat.
That would be a way to detect if you could see this only in infrared, but then, as I say, it doesn't give you 100% because there's other things in the universe that will do that. As I said, uh, dead stars, black stars, they can hold residual heat and give off infrared, but they, to all intents and purposes, they don't give off any visual light. You know, it's all infrared or ultraviolet. So it wouldn't really help you. It would only say it could be this, that, or the other thing. You still wouldn't have 100%. Even with the GSWT, it would just give you more questions about that particular sun, and that would be it. You would have to go back to it and take readings and maybe get a better telescope and see more. It's just, yeah, it's a never ending trail of let's see if there's anything out there. Yeah.
And which would mean glowing in the infrared. So that would be a possible consequence. And people like Jason Wright and others have been looking for Dyson spheres, the infrared signatures of Dyson spheres.
And it's interesting, like with Jason's latest paper, he kind of dismantled the original expectations of that. You know, the thought is, well, it makes sense to build a sphere that is at the orbit of the Earth. But actually, that's not the most energy efficient, mass efficient way to do it. In fact, you want to build something small, close to the star, be efficient with your materials, and another idea going around was whether you need to have shells that are at different distances harvesting the waste heat from each other, and his calculations were no. So just one tight sphere harvesting as much energy before the thing actually starts to melt. And you're getting the maximum amount of energy out of that star with the minimum amount of matter invested.
Yeah, but the point is, if you're an intelligent, highly fucking technical society, I'm sure you could find a way where, well, this sun is going to last for 20 billion years. Why do we want to fucking, put our technology close enough to melt and get a massive dose of energy now when we can milk it for energy for fucking 8 billion years? I mean... You've got to understand the fucking time consequences here of what they're talking about. This is a human economics kind of fucking thing. I'm only going to live for 100 years. If I live 100 years, I don't have to care what happens to my company or what I'm doing after I'm dead. I'll leave that to the kids and I'll just give them my money. This is a fucking human problem. We don't think into the future. We don't try to constrain the future fucking people with laws. Well, we do. We're starting to do the international law, but people break it all the fucking time. Human beings, we just, that law shouldn't apply to me. It was written before I was alive, so I'm going to ignore it. Small thinking, small brain, 20 IQ, 20 fucking IQ, You wouldn't see a high technological society being in the situation that the Earth is, with its problems. They're not even problems about living or food or anything like that. Most of the problems on Earth are caused by social and customs. The social way that we live within those societies, the customs we have that bind those societies, and how they fall apart when they meet other societies, and we don't fucking like that. And then we hate those other societies because we see changes coming that we don't want. We are a very small-minded fucking species. We're no better really for the intelligence we've got to actually solve problems when we fucking care about it. Yes, we could be intelligent, but we choose to be stupid. We choose to gang together and swear oaths and pinky swear and blood oaths and fucking... blabberjab that we fucking say in churches and courts and places where people come together. The blabberjab at the beginning to get everybody to feel that you're one, you're be it prayers or a solemn oath or whatever it fucking is, right? All 20 IQ shit. Why are you wasting time on 20 IQ shit when you should just get into the meeting and fucking get stuff done? And when somebody starts saying, oh, but the magic guy in the sky wouldn't like us doing it that way, you kick him the fuck out. The magic guy in the sky who got nothing to fucking say about how we live our fucking lives. That's what I'm saying. Social and cultural differences fall apart when you meet people who fucking think stupid about shit. And don't have any good other reason to fucking say they want it to be that way, other than what it's always been. Fuck that shit. Yeah. Aliens. Fuck's sake, man, yeah. The people on Earth acting like fucking aliens invading us, and we're just putting up with it as if it's fucking okay because they say, well, God said it's okay for them to say it. Oh, the First Amendment.
And I think about this in my imagination, like if an advanced civilization, maybe it's AI, wanted to optimize their reachable universe into whatever form gave them the most value they could possibly do, what would that look like? Right? Because then you're moving stars. You are tearing stars apart. You are feeding stars to black holes to get the most efficient outcome. You are using...
How do you know that would even be more efficient? How the fuck do you know that would be more efficient? To drag the mass of a star and put it and feed it into a black hole, rather than just putting a Dyson sphere around that sun for fucking 5 or 8 or 12 billion years. Once you put the infrastructure there, it's there for 5 or 8 billion years. You're shit on fucking your movie, big suction guns or something sucking the sun up and feeding it in you. Where are these people coming from? An intelligent society would not do that. One, you're never getting that energy back once it's in the black hole. 2, once you've built all that fucking infrastructure around the sun for 8 billion years, it's probably going to outlast your civilization. You never need to think about energy again. That's why they would do it like that. They would never need to think about energy again. They wouldn't need to find black holes and feed shit into it. I don't understand this fucking 20 IQ thinking, man. Okay, he's just asking questions, but these are ridiculous fucking questions. He's talking about the Fermi fucking thing, right? Okay, so what do we see? This is what I'd be asking. This is about asking questions, no getting answers. What do we see through any of the telescopes that we're using that might point to a highly technological society manipulating stars or solar systems? Is there any signals or that we've got that could be like a sun going erratic or something weird going on in the system, or could it be like an alien technology affecting the system? How many signals have we got about that people are actually interested in and think about? I mean, we had the WOW, and yeah, it comes up in YouTube posts all over the place, but everybody afterward was like, that's surprising. Everybody just went, well, it's a one-off, it could have been anything. We can't go back and check out exactly what everything was broadcasting at that time, so it's a one-off until it repeats, or we get a signal somewhere else. It's just a one-off, But I don't understand why these people think people advanced just get more advanced and more destructive. I think as you get more advanced, you understand how not to destroy your environment. And if you were a galactic empire, your galaxy would be your environment. And yes, they might have some areas where they have to do certain mining process things and stuff like that. There may be some terrible place in the galaxy where they just keep all the crap, You would imagine that's what they would do. That's what every society does. Isn't it? Put all your crap in one area, and then just it's an area you've took all the resources out, so now you just put all your waste there, I can imagine that scenario, but tearing suns up and feeding to black holes to get energy, I just don't imagine any society, no matter how technological, who would need to destroy their environment to survive and not work out that we've only got a set limit of time and then we've no suns left. We've fed them all the black holes, right? maybe they're hoping by then they will work out how to get energy just straight from black holes. I don't know. Or maybe they're all just going to jump in the black hole. You know? The galaxy's over. It's all dark. I don't know, right? But it doesn't make any sense to me that a society of any technological level, even if they could, would go around destroying suns for a bit of energy. I'm sure they would have worked out better ways of getting energy than destroying whole fucking suns and solar systems, you know. If they didn't, I don't think they would have been around long enough to develop the technology to destroy a sun and feed it to a black hole. I just don't see that possible. How could you ever get to that stage where, you know, putting Dyson spheres around a whole sun isn't enough? We've got to feed that sun to a black hole. I can't in any way imagine how that would be more utilitarian. I just don't. It's madness. You come up with these fucking stupid questions, man.
Computing substrate at whatever is the right distance. You are moving planets to pack them into habitable zones. Like, that seems dramatic in the way that flying to space on Earth, you look down at night and you're like, okay, I see city lights.
Right. Right.
It's hard to miss.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That level of astro engineering is extraordinary, and how the degree to which any civilization.
Again, I don't see any civilization developing the technology to move planets before they develop the technology to basically build something as big as a planet. I mean, it would be easier just to build something, you know, a big, gigantic, planet-sized, flat surface facing the sun of, you know, 800 million miles or something, you know what I mean? Just curved, big, gigantic quarter piece of a fucking Dyson sphere, you know? And have that just fucking orbit the fucking sun, you know? And, you know, just grow on that. Go out and pick up big chunks of ice and bring it down and just melt it and pump it onto the station, you know what I mean? Get all the water it needs to get it, you know. You could even build a mountain on it so people could do a bit of mountaineering for a bit of a laugh, you know? You have to wear a spacesuit because the top of the mountain pops out through the bubble of oxygen, you know. They've got, you know, like Star Trek, they've got like shield walls made of lasers and all that, keeping the air in and all that. But yeah, you know, fantastic, absolutely brilliant. It would be fantastic, you know. But I don't see them moving planets. I see them building something like that before they move the planet. I mean, take for instance Earth. We could probably build something like that. Maybe not now, but you know, I'm saying like 2,000-3,000 years. We might think of a space station, a second Earth, like fallen Earth, about a couple of million miles away, you know. And yeah, we could just make it out of, or the rubble in the Kuiper belt, or what you call it. You know, you go out there, pick up big chunks of rock, bring it back, convert it into fucking concrete, plastic, steel, whatever we're designing it out of, and then we make it out of regolith, you know what I mean, out of crap, you know, and we'll just build it, you know. Or the technology will get metals out of all that rock as well, but you know, we can even detect them as we want with the copper, tin, iron, you know, and just bring them into ice, bring that in for water, you know. You could build it quicker than building anything big enough to move a fucking planet. We can collect all these wee bits of rock and turn them into a big giant thing, wee bit at a time, you know. One brick at a time you build a wall, you know. Moving a whole fucking planet. By the time you get that stage, you've probably built a Dyson sphere, and you don't need the planet anymore. You know, no room for it. The Dyson sphere's taking up all the space. I don't. These guys, these are.
Reaches that. But I don't think necessarily that we have to go there. Or, because one of the things that we have to do in the field is, as I said, try and systematize what the trajectories of civilizations are. And that means you have to sort of lay out all the possibilities of technology and technological development, and then what the consequences of those would be, as well as some sense of the social forms.
But you can't do that on Earth, because you've got the American society, you've got the European society. They're pretty close to each other, but not identical. You've got the African societies, you've got the Asian societies, you've got the Russia, what do you call it, the Eastern European, and then you've got the Arab nation. Every one of them is a different kind of culture and society. How the fuck are we ever going to get there to do anything? How can you project where any of these societies are going to be in 100 fucking years? You could go back 100 years and look at them and say what they were like then and go forward. But for most societies in the world, you're not going to see any fucking change. It will only be Western nations, and a few of the nations that have, like, totally absorbed capitalism. But even some of them are dictatorships, and they're not going to be anywhere in 100 years. They're going to be completely different. You can't project any society on the earth today where it's going to be any time. Not in 100, not in 200, not in 300 years. You'd be lucky to be able to tell where they are in 15. Any country in the world. 15 years, it could be bankrupt and fucking sold off in bits and pieces to other countries. Who the fuck knows what's going to happen? What?
That would that might mitigate that, because it's not clear that everybody would want to do that. That would, that we have this sense, we live in this very interesting brief moment of human history where we've had this amazing acceleration, right? That we've gone from the Wright brothers flying in 1903 to a helicopter on Mars in.
Just think about it, it's like when people went from flaking flint and carving stone, carving antlers, bone, sticks of wood, and then you go forward to, like, this is the Copper Age, right? The Copper Age, man. Stone and bone to copper, that was some leap, I tell you. And it didn't last very long before we had bronze and iron. That was quick as well. Might not be as quick as what he's talking about, but then a lot of the foundations have already been laid down for thousands of years by these people who went from fucking flint to iron and steel. So I don't know what he's getting at. We're in a special time in our life. Every time in life of humanity when there's been a huge technological advance has been a huge exciting time to be alive. A lot of people made them the riches of you. Riches for their family to be rich for millennia. You know what I mean? So, I don't know what he's talking about. It's a special time. We've been through these times multiple times in the last few millennia. So, people always like to think that the time they're living is special. It's not. It's just the time you live in. It's special to you, but in the huge scope of things, you're only on this planet for maybe 80, 100 years, if you're lucky. And that's nothing, man. But it's a very special time for you. I know my time in life has been very special to me. But I don't see it as being extra special above all the other lives that have went before me and are going to come after me. I'm just a tick in the clock, you know.
In 2023, but most of human history was a much flatter development of technology, and you can even see that now. The fastest somebody could go, an average person could go in 1960 was about 500 miles an hour on a jet plane. The fastest an average person can go right now is about 500 miles on a.
Again, he's comparing, pineapples to fucking apples, isn't it? Back in the day, when there was no roads any fucking where, you knew you were on the right path to the next town because there was a beaten path. There was a path with no grass on it. And these eventually became wider as people started to go with carts or donkeys or, like pack animals, We built the fucking world just by doing it. A bit like RPGs, where you learn your skills by doing it. Swing your sword, you become good at swords. This is how mankind has staggered through most of his life. And these people, this guy here talking about how great it was that we got all these motors, he didn't build a fucking motor. You know what I mean? It's like one person invented the thing and it took off. A lot of people developed cars and they failed because they weren't as good as the other cars around. They weren't as cheap. They rattled more. There was more trouble starting them or stopping them or whatever, right? But some took off because the guy who designed it a wee bit better than the ones that failed, But eventually, look at the cars you've got now. You wouldn't fucking get any one of these fucking cars that built in the 1870s. You would look and go, yeah, fantastic, it should be in a museum, but you're not going to drive it down the road. So, I mean, you've got to understand, technology, when there was a change in technology in any part of the what we call the European world, the civilized world, but it was the European world. Yeah, it travelled across Europe pretty fucking quickly, but what you got to remember is a lot of that shit came from the Far East. It came from China and places like that. Gunpowder and certain types of pottery and glazes and stuff. It's silk. I mean, oh my God, the fucking things that we got from the East, And as I say, that was 2 millennia ago it fucking started filtering through. And over the last 2 millennia, it's got to the point where we got all the good stuff. And then when we started having airplanes and flying around the world, yeah, we found other stuff there, but it was knickknacks and tat, And the Japanese and the Chinese quite learned to make it really cheap out of plastic. And then the whole world has been buying Chinese plastic and see the Chinese ceramic bowls, but there we go. Human beings, eh? Fucking a 20 IQ, man.
Jet plane. Technology can definitely stall, so I think we have to be careful about this idea that it's going to go on forever, that there's infinite amounts of technological progress which will give us infinite amount of godlike powers. I think it's possible, and that's one trajectory, but another trajectory is that things stall out and you have relatively stable forms of technology that are used to astro-engineer or populate planets, or that planets have to enter into some kind of sustainable state with their biospheres. So all of those possibilities are the kinds of things that we have to understand when we try and imagine both the trajectories of civilizations, but also what it is we're looking for, because we're so close now to being able to look for it. I mean, we can now. JWST is right on the hairy edge of being able to detect, say, chlorofluorocarbons, an industrial chemical in, a trap.
I'll bet you $1 million that you don't just get these from oil products. And even if you do only get them from oil products, what's to say that it's not just a planet with, ancient oil underground, no life on it, except plants. Plants and algae. No actual real life. Living organisms, individual organisms, just plant life, And some of that has been buried and turned into oil and coal, just like on our planet, for millions of years. And now it's leaking and burning and getting off fluorocarbon fucking, gas. And what? Is that a possibility? I think it is a possibility. It might be a tiny possibility, but what's his possibility that it's a high technological society making petrol fucking driven cars? I mean, why didn't they go to just pure fucking, what do you call it, hydrogen or something, Maybe like some. It's like today, everybody's going on about EV cars, right? The fact is, unless you're going to be charging it at home every night, you're not going to get charging stations everywhere you need them. And they keep bursting into flames. I'm a bit worried about that as well, but it's probably not all of them, but it's a danger. Definitely charge it outside the house. Don't plug it in. We don't put it in the garage ever. Put a cover over it or something in the winter. But yeah, EVs. We can't get enough charging stations. Plus, how are we going to supply enough electricity in order to? If everybody's car suddenly became electric, we would have to like double or triple their electric output in Britain just to charge and run all those cars and trucks and stuff and trains and everything goes electric. Everything, where are we going to go on that electricity? We're going to have to burn the oil and coal and gas and all that we're trying to save, and power stations to produce the fucking electricity to charge the cars. So, is that going to be more sustainable? Could we fix it like that and put filters on capture all the carbon? We could, but do you think they're going to? Do you think they're going to build power stations and put all these filters so it's zero output of? No, they're going to have a way off for 10 years and we'll change them in 10. We'll put them on in 10. They could have just put them on when they built them. No, they're going to build them and then get a way off for putting the filters on. And, it's going to be like, corporations. Any fucking way they can save a few fucking cents on the fucking kilowatt. But yeah, so EV's fucking out. We don't like to burn diesel and gas anymore. I think there's hydrogen, and then you've got the combos, haven't you? The diesel or electric, that might be better because it's only half the size of the engine. But yeah, so maybe we go through the sort of hybrid car stage first. But yeah, we can't just all go EV. We're just going to burn all the oil you saved in power stations to fucking make the electricity. It's mental, man.
Trappist on one of those Trappist diets.
But, I mean, isn't this kind of cognitive dissonance? Because, like, on the one hand, let's say the aliens have had a 6 billion year head start on us. And then on the other hand, we clearly don't see the evidence of them reshaping the universe at the vastest scale. And then you say, well, but maybe people don't want to do that. But then you say, well, but maybe the grabby aliens always want to. And you go back and forth. And it feels to me like the universe that we see is whatever the universe can be at maximum. That we've reached our max. We've had 6 billion years. We've reached our maximalist state right now. We've seen whatever's possible. In the same way that we've seen essentially the maximum amount of the spread of life on Earth. Life's everywhere. It's in the bottom of 10-kilometer boreholes. It's trapped under the ice in Antarctica. It's floating 30 kilometers above the...
That's what I'm saying. If you ask me, is there alien life out there? I say 100% yes. I couldn't point to a planet and say that one's definitely got it, or another one and say that's not. But out there is planets that have life on them. Now, do I mean intelligent little aliens building spaceships? No. I mean life. If you pick any time in the history of life on Earth, any point in that history, be it here where we are, or back when it was just, worms and, bugs in the bottom of the ocean. Well, that planet out there could have life at that stage, Or it could be that it's just at the stage where life is just starting to form. The first individual cells are just forming now on that planet, over these next couple of 100,000 years. So, yeah, there's life out there. I do believe that for 100%. Intelligent life that's able to build rockets that can travel across galaxies. I don't believe in them. They're nice for movies and all that. Nice to think about and talk about, but I don't believe in them. I think everyone in the universe is pretty much at the same stage we are. If they're intelligent enough to build rockets, They're basically just visiting their own solar system at the moment. And I think 100% of civilizations that get to building rockets are trapped within their own civilization, their own solar system. I think if anyone did develop interstellar transport and start to move out and conquer the universe, yeah, near other civilization, the other planet would be able to stand again. I think that would be as unique as mankind being the top predator on Earth. Anything could have happened. The dinosaurs might not get wiped out. We wouldn't be here. I don't think it'd be a different history. So these people, yeah, I don't think if anybody does discover it, unless they're the kindest human, kindest living things in the universe, yeah, it's going to be bad for everybody.
Surface of the Earth, it's in every extreme environment that's possible. Life has found a way to get in there and exploit whatever it can.
Right.
And so, like, on the one hand, we say, well, we don't see that, so maybe, they just haven't gotten around to it and whatever. And then on the other hand, people say, well, we sure can. Like, no reason why we can't. Let's build our warp drives and let's get on it. But it feels like...
Yeah, but we can't build warp drives, and this is the thing. I mean, even if they have warp drives, as I say, the people that are going to be on board that ship when it turns up in our atmosphere are not going to be Mr. and Mrs. Jones down the street from Planet Z. You know what I mean? It's going to be Commander fucking, Kronos and his minions who are going to meet and greet us the way they would meet and greet a nation that looks like it's right to be fucking conquered. You know what I mean? If any aliens come here in a spaceship, they've probably been through the same evolutionary process on their planet as we're going through today. Right? We are the top animal, the top life form on the planet Earth because we kill everything else. We just die, And they would have got to where they are through exactly the same fucking process. I believe that is a natural process that every animal will go through, the survival, You survive if you escape and breed, and if you don't, you die, and you're out of the gene pool. Every animal ever in the whole universe is going to live by that same principle, I believe. I can't see a way around it. I think that is probably a truth in all planets that, you survive, you breed, you're succeeded. If you don't survive to breed, you're doing badly, and if all your species doesn't breed, then you die out. That's nature, That's fucking just nature. If you don't fit in anymore, there's no space for you in the world, or the universe, for that matter. So I wouldn't want to meet an alien species turning up at our doorstep. I love news about it, but in real life, no thank you.
Like, whatever is possible for us in the universe has already been tried, and that's our future.
Yeah, I don't think that doesn't resonate with me a lot. Just because also the big assumption there is civilizations last contiguously for billions of years. That's the thing I'm probably most suspicious of. I think that it's not clear to me that you can get civilizations lasting for such long times, and that there is this infinite expansion of technologies, that there may really, we already know, like with the speed of light, right? The speed, it's entirely possible that there's no warp drive. Like, sorry, warp drives are just not possible.
I believe warp drives are not possible. I do not believe that we'll ever develop an engine that goes faster than the speed of light. I believe that we might be able to make engines that can get us up to a percentage of the speed of light, maybe even after time, 99. But why would you want to spend 100 years building up to 99% the speed of light just to know that you're going to have to spend 100 years slowing down at the other end? I mean, So you take your speed up time, your slow down time, and then your travel time. Any spaceship like that, we're going to have some kind of long term incubation or some fucking thing. Or we're going to have to build spaceships as big as a city. A city the size of London or New York, basically to get enough population and keep them occupied and get them there and have them birthed enough. Oh my God, yeah, you'd have to be putting sex drugs into the water, man, to get enough population. You'd have to build 3 extra spaceships just to get the population to get there. Education, training, oh my God, because you'd all have to know how to run the spaceship and what to do at the end of it, you know what I mean? The landing ships, or to land the ship on a planet, if you're going to land it or you're going to use it as a space station for a satellite, communications and stuff. I mean, cause it would be good to have a satellite in a planet you're colonizing, so yeah. And you could always remember where you came from by looking up into the sky, and seeing this, but you know what I mean? Even if the place failed and everybody down there reverted back to cavemen, you'd be able to look up and see the shiny thing in the sky, and it would be something people would tell stories about. And I bet that would be a fantastic planet to visit after a bit of 3,000-4,000 year gap, see how they got from cavemen watching a satellite orbit their planet. Did it encourage them to become spacefarers, or did they just start worshipping gods in the sky that sparkle? And I don't know, occasionally a bit falls off and thought Fossil Reed or something. I don't know, it would be a funny story, wouldn't it?
We'd all like them to be possible, but they're just not. And you think about that, think about what that actually implies. Let's just take that. If warp drives if you're stuck with the speed of light, then it actually becomes, and your biology is such that you don't last for thousands of years, then suddenly even small-scale interstellar civilizations become very difficult. And so this is something I really unpacked in the book because I found it really fascinating. How do you have diplomacy when it takes 100 years? If it's just you and a star that's 100 light years away, you have 3 stars. Let's say you have 3 planetary systems 100 light years away. Every interaction takes 200 years. You send them a message like, "Hey, how you doing?" 200 years later, good. So it's like the idea of a civilization that could marshal its forces, that could bind itself together to carry out activities together, becomes really difficult to imagine how that might happen. So that's why the reason why that doesn't resonate with me so much is the idea that you're asking for, though it's entirely possible, right? Because we could talk about the ways it would be possible, but is that I really question what it means to be a long-lived civilization, and I'm not sure you get one long-lived civilization, and whether or not you can really have truly interstellar civilization. It's possible everybody's a one-off, a planet one-off,
But you look at a place like London, before it was London, it was Londinium, and before that it was a settlement. Like, it's a useful place. People have been improving it as a location, and then various civilizations have been using that improved location over time. So you may not get one contiguous civilization, but you are at least getting an overall improvement of the environment, or a changing of the environment by these people. So, I mean, for me, it feels like there must be some fundamental reason that we haven't discovered yet why expanding beyond our star system makes sense. And like the arguments that people make about, like, in the future you're going to turn all of Jupiter into computronium, and you're going to and then in fact it's the lag that kills you. Like, as soon as you have to spend a second of lag, that's then the alien supercomputers are going to be losing on their online gaming, and they're not going to stand for that, and so they're just not going to want to build any kind of compute substrate that has ping times that are just too long. They're not willing to leave the system because like, who wants the lag? That's terrible. That feels to me like a reasonable explanation that everyone will always realize that it's actually best to stay home.
Yeah, and I think that's and I can see that happening on different.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that guy. I was dealing with something in my chat. Fucking, I hate the adverts, and I think I deleted a fucking. Potato nectar. Sorry, my friend. You you got one of your messages deleted. I did not mean that, and I don't know how to bring it back. To be honest with you, but I didn't mean to delete your message, mate. I meant to delete Immortal's sub Coke's message because he's a dick trying to fucking advertise shit. Anyway, I don't know how to get rid of the fucking adverts. There should be a way for me to just say no advertising and doesn't fucking put it in, but I think they cut and paste them as a fucking picture or some fucking thing. It's a pain in the ass. Anyway, let's go back a bit to the topic of the Fermi paradox. And to be honest with you, they haven't really brought anything to me that I would think is evidence to believe in aliens anyway. You know what I'm saying? It's all what if they were there? What would it look like? Well, yeah, well, surely he can talk about stuff he's seen. Oh, there's this, radio telescope that picked up this message or this, you know what I mean? Sure, there's about something. Just asking questions, yeah, well, they're just chatting, aren't they? So, yeah.
Different levels. It's best to stay home because really leaving home is super expensive and very difficult, and you lose contact with them almost immediately, right? You send a Century ship to Alpha Centauri or whatever, and they start a civilization, and then the civilizations drift. They become very different from each other. So it's not like you're the United Colonies or the United Federation.
Exactly. That's why if you sent a Century ship, it would stay in orbit. The older crew wouldn't be the people going down onto the planet, because they would probably not be able to leave space, even if they were like, I don't know. A Century ship, you've been living on a ship for a century, right? You're probably going to have anti-gravity, but it's not going to be ideal, right? It's not going to be 100%. When you get to a planet, it's not going to be very pleasant to go down onto that planet. You're probably going to want to set up a colony with the youngest people on board who haven't had, you're probably talking about your 16, 18-year-olds, 23-year-olds, people like that. They're going to go down, they're going to build a colony, you're going to give them everything they need. Specialist equipment, specialist technology, specialist training, and specialist liaison. You can send people down for short periods of time, but you're probably going to want to stay in the ship. Depends on the gravity of the planet, but yeah, if it's something like 1G Earth, you're probably not going to be used to that. Flying a spaceship with anti-gravity, it's probably just been enough like Moon or Mars or something like that to keep you moving, maybe a wee bit more. But you wouldn't need more than half Earth, you know what I mean, to be able to move about. You'd get used to it very quickly. But you would take a generation or two to get used to your bones being heavier and bigger once you go on a planet. And you would never regain your sense of the thing if you were in your 40s, 50s and that. It would be better for you just to stay in the ship and run all the comms and maybe train some people to come up, and run the ship, because you're not going on forever. So you'd always have like you might call them a ruling class, but you could probably get them set up as priests, right? And that would probably be more acceptable to a new human population starting out farming and stuff like that, and mining and building a society. Basically, all they're going to be doing is growing food and repopulating. You're just going to need to have a huge population, education and farm work, a little bit of technology. People need to know how to keep things running, how to keep lights on, solar panels, whatever. And of course, finding ore, you'd have groups going around surveying, finding all the stuff you need. So you'd have that for decades, you know what I mean? Just finding all the shit you need and planning out when you're going to mine it and stuff, It'd be a big job, to take over a planet. And if you get there and there's people living on it, fuck me. He's never said this. What happens if you get there and there's already people living on it? That's a question I'd like them to answer for me.
Of planets, each one becomes its own separate thing and has its own separate. So I think that's I consider that to be a real possibility. That it's just so interstellar travel may just be really difficult. So you may have the whole galaxy may be full of civilizations, but they're not interstellar civilization. They're interplanetary. Like you look at our own.
That's what I'm saying. There's probably hundreds of thousands of civilizations out there close to like us or just more advanced than us that are just stuck within their solar system. This is a huge leap to get from one solar system to another. I mean, you talk about if our average is 100 years to get there, even if we could, and we're talking about getting spaceships that can travel faster than what we travel now to the moon and Mars, right? We're talking about we're going to have to boost our speed by about 10 to get from here to the next solar system in 100 years, right? I think there's one, obviously, I think we can get there in 5 years with sort of present day technology, but there's fuck all there, right? I think the nearest one where it's possible where there might be planets, it's about 100 light years away. That's 100 years if you could travel at the speed of fucking light. 105 light years. That's the distance. So you're going to have to travel the distance light can travel in a year, every year, to get 105 light years away. That's 105 years. You're going to have to do that for 105 years, travel the speed of light. We can't get to the speed of light. I'm sorry. They're talking about being able to get to like 20th the speed of light. Maybe. After like 30 years of accelerating, But then you've got to fucking slow down. You've got to use the same amount of fuel at the other end to slow down as you did to speed up, right? Otherwise, you just fly right past where you were going. In space, it's not like, we're going uphill, we're slowing down. No, you put the energy in, it pushes you, you're going forward, I guess over millions of years, all the wee tiny particles would slow you down some, but you'd probably still be going quite fast if you started at the speed of light and then didn't apply brakes or anything and waited to stop. A ship in the ocean would be like stopping on a dime, compared to that. Anyway, I think that there is loads of civilizations out there just around about, maybe the 1800s or maybe the 25, 50 or something, you know what I mean? 200-300 years ahead of us. And they're all still stuck in their own solar systems,
Our own future, right? Should we make it through climate change and all the other things that we have to deal with? I can imagine every nook and cranny of the solar system being inhabited, right? We wrote this paper a little while ago asking about could you take asteroids and spin them up and then live on the inside of them. So, I think that's entirely feasible. And that's something that may be possible in a few hundred years. But, so you can imagine that solar system.
See, this is what I'm saying. These things I've thought about, right, in the past, right? Living in asteroids, hauling them out, you know what I mean? Building them, sealing them off to the city, and, filling them with air, a bit of an air oxygen generator, you know what I mean? You get the oxygen, you get the hydrogen with your fuel. That could easily be a thing. All you need there is just catch lots of water, and that should all be floating about out there, big giant ice fucking things. You just melt them and separate the chemicals from the water and then split the water into oxygen and hydrogen and keep some water obviously for drinking and watering plants or whatever, going to the greenhouses I'd imagine, or some kind of lighting to grow plants under, or the protein tanks or some fucking thing. I mean, let's face it, protein biscuits. A nice gravy with a nice protein biscuit, I'm sure that'd be good if I was living on an asteroid, Yeah, you'd have to get used to different food, I suppose, And maybe you don't spin the asteroid right up to one gravity. Maybe you spin up to a third, and then you can kind of jump about like a slow motion gazelle or kangaroo. You know what I mean? It's like jump in the air and you float through the air before you come down. Yeah. Just don't jump too high. Depends on how big the asteroid is. Don't jump too high. You can find yourself floating in the middle and get stuck there. Ask a physicist if that is correct. Anyway.
Systems get completely inhabited, and there's lots of ways to find evidence, technosignatures from solar system engineering. There's an idea that we've been exploring called service worlds. That if you want to harvest a lot of energy, don't cover half the Earth with solar panels. Cover the moon with solar panels because you're not using the moon, right? Or that's where you put your dangerous industry and such. So, there may every civil.
I've already covered that. Yeah, you would take all the crap that you don't need and you'd put it in one fucking place. If it's a solar system, yeah, maybe one moon you just dump everything on. If it's a galaxy, there might be a whole sector with 1,000 stars and 10,000 planets in it that you just dump all your shit in because you've already took everything out of them that you want. You burrowed and drilled and excavated and you took everything that you needed to. You might even have a couple of suns in there with Dyson spheres on, and all they're doing is it's a station for people to just go there and plug in electric spaceships or whatever. Maybe they collect, and see collecting energy and turn it into electricity. Maybe they're collecting what do you call it? The solar wind. These are particles. Maybe they're able to collect them and store them as like a solid fuel that people could pick up. Who knows? What technology is going to have? If they can build a Dyson sphere in the sun, that might be a thing that they're actually collecting the particles about, and saving them as a solid fuel. Who knows? It would be better than dragging it off and throwing it in the black hole, I think.
Every system that has a technological civilization, go look at the planets or the moons that those are the ones to focus on. That's where the industry is going to be. So it's easier for me to conceive of lots and lots of solar systems that are each inhabited than a galactic empire.
Well, no, I don't believe that's right. It's not just going to be all your bad sort of industry. You know what I mean? There's going to be industry still on the planet which can't be done because of the infrastructure. The amount of money that it's taken to build the factories that process certain materials or whatever. You've already got them on the planet. You're not going to strip them and send them up into space. You might mine in space and send the resources back, refined down to exactly what you need. So you only bring them down into the gravity well. Sort of, I would say, rare and most needed resources. Anything else you can get on the planet, you're going to get on the planet. A lot of the industry that was poisoning the planet is going to be defunct. You're not going to be using or needing that anywhere. You've probably denuded everything on the planet already. You've dug every mineral that's worth mining. You've scavenged everything from the bottom of the ocean, or the nodules of metal or not. You've got nothing left on the planet, and now you've got to get your minerals and your metals from space. Yeah, so there would be, maybe on the moon, stuff comes to the moon, gets sort of refined down, and then a gravity sling just shoots a parcel out and towards the Earth catches it, falls through the atmosphere. When it hits the ocean, it bursts out in a big bone that makes it float. Ship picks it up and brings it in. 1,000 tons of rare metals or whatever, Yeah. That's basically how I would do it, And the stuff that it fell in the back, that's all stuff that can be repurposed down here. It can be, ground up and made into other things. It's made out of a basic material that all these things are made of. You know, that's why a proper society would be. Where you get plastic today, where you could make almost everything out of plastic, but this would be better. This is stuff you could probably use as concrete, as you can compress it there and make it into steel fucking I-beams and all that, you know, or you can make it into fucking just like plaster to put on a wall that you can paint later, you know. Or it'd be a basic material that could be used for almost anything depending on how you treat it, you know. Maybe add some other chemicals or, you know, hardeners or whatever to it, stuff like that. But it would be a basic material that you can make out of just any old rock or something you can find in space. That would be what an intelligent building society does. They wouldn't say, oh, we always used concrete and wood and copper screws, you know, down in there, so we're going to use them in space. No, you're going to find new stuff you're going to use in space, which is of basically no real use on the ground, unless it's something that you can turn into almost anything. A wall panel, a window frame, a girder, a floor. You know what I mean? And the way you treat it gives you soft finish, glossy finish, plain finish, hardened finish. You know what I mean? All that, you know. You could, I think you could design a material like that, you know. If you were smart enough. If you had 100 IQ rather than 20 IQ, but us humans only have a 20 IQ. We keep saying we've got people with 200, 300 IQ. They only ever do one great thing. And then normally, after that, they do something really silly that ends their life. Not sure that they're really that brainy, you know what I mean? Einstein was different, I suppose. But then he didn't act like a crazy person. Elon Musk, oh my God, I'm waiting on him doing something stupid at the end of his life. I hope he goes up monies in spaceships. That would be... you know what I mean? That would be short and further, right? Yeah. Or the highest degree. Yeah.
We've already found the best planet in the universe for us.
Earth? You mean that Earth is is back?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, no, I think there's probably, I mean, I would imagine, people talk about these sort of super Earths or super habitability. So
we didn't find the best planet in the universe for us. Basically, as I said earlier, like, because of evolution, we survived our planet. But we've not survived our planet very long. I mean, human beings in the form that we are today, what we call modern human, have only been around for something like 250,000 years. That's it. The dinosaurs lasted for hundreds of millions of years. The sharks have been around. Sharks in the ocean today. Them and all their lineages into the past go back 600, 650 million years. We're born on this planet 250,000 years. And we've almost killed everything else on it. We've at least got most of them scared to death of dying, right? Some of them don't know yet, but we're coming for them next. And a lot of them are either gone or they're unsavable. You know, no matter what we do, they're unsavable. They're gone. That's just what we do. And we're wondering about what's going to happen if we meet an intelligent species in space. oh my God, oh my beating heart. Oh, it's going to be love at first sight, man. They're going to fucking love us, yeah. Hey, look, they're a whole bunch of people just like us. They're all fighting. Let's go and give them a good punch up. Oh, they weren't as strong as we thought they were. Oh, I guess they've never done any international intergalactic, you know, traveling, you know what I mean? They should have been to that Wagga place and, you know, learned about these laser guns. They're fucking fantastic. Oh my God.
I'm not
For
sure
us.
that we found the best one for us, right?
Yes.
And we just recently wrote a paper, Amadeo Balbi and I just wrote a paper about oxygen that maybe, you know, for
I'm telling you, how do we know the Earth is the best planet for us? We've never been on another planet. There could be another planet that doesn't have earthquakes, doesn't have tidal waves, doesn't have thunderstorms, rains just enough to water your garden every evening at 4 o'clock to 4:30. You know, we could live on a fucking planet that is fucking perfect. An actual planet that's perfect. Not this one that they say is perfect, which is trying to murder us every fucking other day. I'm sorry. This is not the perfect planet for us. It's a planet that we've managed to survive for 250,000 years. But it's still trying its fucking damnedest to wipe us out. And we seem to be doing our fucking damnedest to help it. To be honest with you, right? So, fuck you with the perfect planet.
Technology, you really need an oxygen-rich atmosphere, because without it, you're not going to be able to have combustion. And without combustion, how do you
Yeah,
get
that was a
things like
really
methane?
interesting paper. I love that kind of thing where someone just was like, well, what about this? And you're like, oh,
Also, if we didn't have enough oxygen for combustion, we wouldn't have enough oxygen to fucking breathe. We wouldn't be here. It wouldn't be a thing that we'd have to care or think about. He's so smug. Look at the smile on his face, Bill. No! A rich oxygen, planet. We don't need 30% oxygen. We can survive on 18 or 20, We actually only take 8% or something out of each breath and we exhale. 12% of oxygen, I think. 10% oxygen, something like that. And that's enough, because a person who's unconscious and isn't breathing, if you breathe into them, the breath you breathe in, there's 12% oxygen there. They'll maybe not get the whole 8% they need out of it, but they'll get enough to keep them alive, which is why we really don't need 30% oxygen in the atmosphere. 18 is fine. We wouldn't want to go down to 12, because then I wouldn't be able to do mouth to mouth. Yeah. But 18's fine for what we use it for. We've managed to survive the atmosphere on Earth for 250,000 years. We're doing not bad, but it's looking dodgy in the future, isn't it? It's looking fucking dodgy out there. Look at it, how dodgy it's looking. It's looking very dodgy.
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The octopuses are going to have a hard time starting fire underwater.
That's right, right. Water worlds. So that's what's, I
Yeah.
mean, I can imagine a universe that is full of life, that is teeming with life, where, every liquid moon, every Europa has intelligent squids doing intelligent squid things, but that we don't have, that the interstellar travel may be the really hard part. And that's isolated and that's difficult, but that life is popping up everywhere.
Here's my view on why there's life popping up everywhere, right? Panspermia, is that it? Panspermia? Yeah, anyway. It's this thing of seeding the universe, right? Say a planet like Earth has a disaster, a huge, gigantic, 3,000 kilometre wide rock slams into Earth and basically smashes half of the Earth into smithereens and sends it off into space as rubble, wiping out mankind, everything on Earth, but spreading thousands and thousands of rocks with bacteria in them off into space, out of the solar system, across the galaxy, captured by, some new forming solar system somewhere deep in the heartlands of the universe, and smashes into a new forming planet, seeding it with the bacteria and stuff from Earth, And there we go, it's like life started again on another planet, Now, where it goes, will it go through all the same things that we went through? I've got no idea what would happen in that circumstance. But it's a possibility that life would be transferred from a dying planet to a new starting planet somewhere, or a planet that was barren but had the ability to have life, but it just, a rock with anything on it just hadn't fell on it yet. I don't know how these things fell. I'm just speculating what these guys are. But there's all these things out there that are possible, We could have started like that. We don't bloody know. People say it might have been Mars, because Mars might have had an atmosphere and water and all that. But that's not to say that anything grew on it. it might have been barren as well. And although we've got some rocks from Mars on us, and we're looking at it, we don't really see it but minerals. We don't see any bacteria or life or anything like that. So, okay, these might have come from Mars after it got hit with meteors after life died, and yeah, but we just didn't see any of the captured dead life that was thrown off it. Okay, so that's gone, but now back to nothing. Yeah, so maybe we didn't get infected by panspermia from Mars, but maybe it was from another solar system in another part of the galaxy, you know. And maybe we're going to do that someday when we blow up or whatever. Who knows? Anyway, I've got to go and maybe cut the teeth on that. I'll be back in a minute, but I'll let him talk.
Yeah, they're banging the rocks together and just nothing, no spark. So now you referenced this earlier on. You said, you know, people are thinking that maybe the people who believe in UFOs think that aliens are coming to us, and that Fermi paradox solved, aliens are coming here all the time. And there has been a real resurgence lately in this. Do you think there's any there?
Currently, there's no there in the terms of actually having data you could use, right? As Mike Turner, one of the great particle physicists, once said to me, he said, with a really good scientific project, you put a quarter in and you get $1 out. And the problem with UFOs is you put a quarter in and the quarter's gone, right? So what we have is lots of stories, often by people who, you have no reason to think that they're lying, or you have fuzzy blob pictures. But the problem is none of those can you build a scientific theory that you can then scaffold the next question, right? In science, you don't just answer a question and be like, well, we're done. That, almost immediately, your answer to that question becomes the technology that you use to answer the next question. And up to now, UFOs, has been a mix of narratives, people seeing things, fuzzy blob pictures, ridiculous conspiracy theories. Roswell in particular, I have a whole chapter on Roswell. I went and I read the Roswell book.
Okay, I hope he's not going to say that, but now we've got these really clear photographs from the US Army and Navy that prove that they're real. No, if he does that, oh my God, no.
And after a while, pretty quickly, I was like, this is a mess, right? And then hoaxes, pure on hoaxes. And there, Roswell has a few of those. That very famous 1990s show, Alien Autopsy. I don't know if do you remember that one? It was Riker, Commander Riker was the narrator, and I was so disappointed in him for that.
The cut up a rubber suit of an alien. The typical alien, like a nut-shaped head, slanty eyes. You know what I mean? A grey, they call them, I think. And it looked so fake. I was like, how did they... But the one that was put had been doctored to make it all blurry and fuzzy as if it was made back in 1945 or some fucking thing. But the actual video, when you closed up all that crap, you could see it was just somebody cutting up a fucking rubber sponge fucking fake alien, it's funny as fuck. Yeah.
And that turned out to be a total hoax, right? It was the whole thing was filmed in some guy's living room in Brixton, England. So, up to now, I don't think there's anything there. The narratives about the military has, alien spacecraft in in their garages. We've heard this forever, right? So, in the book I talk about one of the first reports that came out on UFOs in the 50s. The leader of that, the military leader of that, I think he was a captain. Afterwards, he published a book. After he retired, he published a book and said there was this report, this top secret report called the Estimate of the Situation, which claimed that that UFOs were alien spacecraft. No one's ever found the report. Like after digging and digging, the report. So it's like, and the problem with this is that if you're a scientist, it just looks like a morass of speculation and stories that you.
It's like a mess that. Even if there was an original story somewhere in all the alien crash reports and all that, right? You can't get to the bottom of it because immediately you start looking up like printed quotes in these magazines on UFOs and stuff, and then you go and try and find that quote, you find out, well, the guy never said that. And then you find out what the guy actually said, and you say, well, that's why they didn't print it, because he didn't say anything about UFO. It is mental. I'm not saying every quote is like that, but you'll find that in a lot of places where they just say, so-and-so said, quote this, and then you go and look at it, and they obviously don't tell you where they got the quote for you, but you can look at everything this guy's ever done, and you will find that that quote is just never there, you know. And a lot of people just like to expound and just say things are true, like Donald Trump, you know. They just say, I'm the greatest, you know. Now, Muhammad Ali used to say that, but for a small, short period of time, he was the greatest. He could take you fucking out, right? But Donald Trump has never been the greatest at anything, apart from lying. And this thing is just ridiculous, you know?
You can't do anything with. But the difference that's happening now is, I think thanks to the pilots, I think those pilots are, they're reporting what they saw, that there's the kind of interest in it that may now lead to some real scientific investigation. And we'll see where that leads, right? We want to be, that investigation.
The investigation has already been done. Oh my God. Do you think that pilots go up and fly around the fucking sky in 50 and 100 million pound aircraft without photographing and recording every fucking thing they do? You think they're not recording every fucking communication between pilots and to ground? Are you mental? And what do you get? You get these broken up fucking things, tiny wee slips of oh, look, we followed this thing. Yeah, show me the whole fucking flight from takeoff to landing with this in it, with all the fucking talk all the way fucking through it, one continuous fucking, because I know it exists, and then we'll talk about whether this was a fucking alien spacecraft or not. I've seen these clips, they're fucking ridiculous to claim as I'm following a UFO. They are just ridiculous. The TikTok one, that especially, it doesn't even look like a TikTok. If you get it on good quality enough video footage on a good screen, you can actually see that it's a fucking bird flapping its wings. It's like a geese, a large goose, or maybe even a fucking swan or something like that. I really don't understand why people look at these things and then they connect the audio to it, but the audio from that video as well isn't actually the audio from the video. Not all of it. There's bits in it that's added from other parts of it. Well, probably the same training flight. I've heard I've seen more video and heard it than the ones that go around the screen. But you can still get them. I've got them on fucking YouTube. You'll get them on YouTube. People who debunk these things will tell you. And they'll show you the extra footage and all that. And say, why was this not in the original footage that was on TV and all that shit? Because they want you to believe. They want you to think there's something out there and stay listening to the bullshit and watch the adverts and fucking getting them paid. There's nobody talking about aliens or flat earth that isn't writing a book or making money from podcasts and videos on it, There's nobody in real science secretly working on flat earth fucking science behind the scenes, right? There's nobody in Christian Science discovering new things about evolution and how God did it. You know what I mean? They're not spending money on that. Exploring scientifically to find out whether it's true. No, they are finding more and more ways to just bullshit you and get you to believe shit and give them money. Buy their books, watch their videos, donate.
Has to be agnostic, and we will see where it leads. And I personally, if there was good, solid data that linked that had a link between the data And the claim that these things are behaving in ways that no human technology can reproduce, I'm open to changing my mind. That's the beauty of science, is it shows you how to change your mind. But at this point, it's it's still a mess, and there's really.
I keep hearing people saying, but what about all these pilots from the Navy, and they keep seeing these tic-tacs dashing about the place? Well, show me a fucking video of it. Show me a video of this tic-tac thing that they see. We've never seen a tic-tac video. That one that you keep seeing where he's trying to close in on a target and then he hits it and goes, whoa, I got it, yeah. He's on a training exercise trying to zero in and lock on a moving target. That's what he's doing there. He's not trying to target a fucking UFO. They've seen this fast moving order. They thought this was a perfect thing they could do with training. Can you lock on? And he tried several times and failed. And then when he gets it right, which is normally the only one you see, he's exuberant that he got it. And they say, oh, that was harder, and you get it, And you hear stuff like that in the original video, but it's cut out of some of the other video clips, this conversation, right? So don't believe everything you see on YouTube, right? Always try and find more videos of the thing that you're looking for, and don't look at the same sites. You've got to look at the fucking people who don't believe as well. You've got to see both sides, and then consider the details and information. Think, do I want to think it's all aliens or the government doing it? Or am I going to actually look at what's there and say people are manipulating this to make it look like something that isn't? And once you come to the conclusion it's being manipulated, well, you don't have to decide either way. There could still be aliens, it could still be the government, or maybe it's nothing. But at least now you're sitting there saying, well, I'm not sure anymore. And that's the position you should hold unless you've got 100% facts that you can absolutely not knock down. But most of these things that you see on TV and on YouTube, they can be knocked down pretty easy once you see the full fucking thing that should have been shown on TV in the first place.
There is nothing that out there that would warrant the conclusion that we're being visited by extraterrestrials right now.
With all of this interest, both from governments as well as the military, as well as NASA, perhaps, begrudgingly being brought.
And a lot of people are going to say, oh, they're lying. That's all bullshit. He's a shell for NASA. You just mentioned NASA. Yeah, they're all shells for NASA, and it's like flat Earth exists and the aliens are here. I was kidnapped last week. I had to fight them off. All that shit. You're going to hear that every fucking minute. But it's all bullshit, man. These are people who make money out of keeping and perpetuating this fucking myth that something's going on. You know what I mean? Something's going on and you don't know what it is, so I'm going to tell you what I think it is. In fact, I'm going to tell you it is what's going on, and I'm going to ask you for money to help me fight it. You know what I mean? Oh my God, you are such a fucking hero, fighting for all the people of Earth against these. Oh yeah, okay.
Cut into this. There's going to have to be, to get more information, more data, there's going to have to be increased amounts of transparency, but also potentially new methods of searching. This starts to overlap into some of the other thinking that you've had over the years, which is here's some ways to look for stuff in the solar system. Here's some ways to look for ancient civilizations on Earth. So what do you think?
I've thought about this for 40 fucking years, right? Just think about it. If you're going to be a civilization that's broadcasting galaxy-wide, you're probably going to want to use something that can reach one end of the galaxy to the other, And at the moment, we don't know anything that does that. We just don't. Radio waves, no. Light doesn't even get from one end of the galaxy to the other instantly. So how do you communicate from one end of the galaxy to the other if you're a galaxy-wide interstellar nation, galactic empire? These are problems that we just don't know how to solve. we don't even know what question to ask about how to start solving the problem of getting information from one end of the galaxy to the other, you know. Except for that one thing where you can get particles that are bound to each other. But that only helps you when you like dot dot dash ones and zero. It only helps you with ones and zero. But when you consider that most of our computers back in the 70s and 80s were all done on fucking ones and zeros. I mean, basically, every computer, programmers were sitting and they were writing ones and zeros. Maybe 30 ones and zeros for a line of to get a number. Yeah, it was all just calculations and math and all that back then. But yeah, I suppose there was lots of bits of code where it was 101 and 010 for yes and no or some fucking thing, you know. Or maybe 01 or 10 or something, you know, for yes and no. Yeah. But you know what I mean? Oh God, you imagine trying to program every key on a keyboard into a computer and let the computer know what, if I press that key it means this, but if I hold this and press this it means this. You have to actually program a whole bit of script explaining how a keyboard works if I'm pressing keys and the computer picks up. Can you understand, if you don't know anything, can you understand how to program a computer to understand when you push a key, what key it is? How do you let it know? Programmers will understand it maybe. MD didn't know it, but going, oh fuck, I don't know. No, it's not complicated, but it's fucking very boring and laborious, you know, which is why programmers got paid a lot of money when they were, you know, needed most. It's like when you're building houses and you need bricklayers, you're going to pay bricklayers a bit extra money to come and work for your company, right? Well, that's what happened in the boom of the 80s and, yeah, 70s, 80s, 90s. I think, in fact, I don't think it's actually stopped. Yeah, if you're a fucking good coder, if you know multiple languages, if you can interact with, you know, multiple interfaces and understand what they're saying to each other and be able to recode connections and make them work, you know what I mean, because you've got the skills, you get a fucking premium, man. Yeah, you're the guy who can come and you can build an old brick wall at the back, or you can build like fantastic fucking carved white sandstone frontage, you know. You can do everything, you know. Yeah, you get paid money, man, you know. But then you get some programmers who will know one language and they're not really good at their job and they're bored. And they'd rather be sitting at home smoking pot, watching fucking, I don't know, Men in Tights on TV or something, you know, and it's like, you know, fishing. Yeah, it's hard to get work these days if you don't want to work. It's also hard to get work if your government didn't help educate you for the jobs that are available. Terrible. I've got ideas about everything, guys, I'm sorry. Let's see what we're going on about now.
I think would be a productive way to get some serious evidence about the presence of alien civilizations here in the solar system.
Yeah, I think that's a...
Before this guy says anything, right? There's absolutely no need for us to be looking for aliens on the planet or in the atmosphere. We have got plenty of telescopes and radio fucking detection systems trying to detect moving objects in our fucking solar system. I'm pretty sure if a large fucking spaceship came into the solar system, we would detect it. Now, people say, yeah, but they're not large tests. These are flying saucers. Okay. I don't know what kind of world you live in. But when I sail across the ocean, I don't go in a dinghy. Right? A fucking flying saucer, a fucking dinghy. It's something you use for flying about your planet. Maybe from your planet to a moon or another planet, maybe in your solar system. It's not the sort of thing that to my mind, I would fly across the fucking universe. You know what I mean? No, I'm sorry, that is out the fucking window in my eyes. That is bullshit, right? Yeah, you don't sail across an ocean in a dinghy. You take a fucking superliner, right? Well, when we sailed. You don't fly in a fucking, what do you call it? A one-engine, one-seater fucking train, plane. No, you get yourself on a 747, sit your ass down with, 200 other people, and you fly to fucking Europe. You know what I mean? Nobody is jumping in a 3 or 4 man fucking spaceship and flying across the universe. That's how I know that all these alien encounters are all fucking bullshit. I don't know what happened to them, right? But it wasn't what they said happened, and it wasn't what was written. I can tell you that because I know for a fact that people would not fly across the fucking universe in a tiny wee fucking ship like that. Something huge would have to come into the fucking solar system. And our fucking radio telescopes would pick that fucking shit up. You know what I mean? We'd bounce on radar all around the fucking universe all the fucking time, Sending radio fucking waves out, television signal. You know what I mean? There's so much electricity being spread out across your fucking solar system. Any cunt that comes into your solar system is going to be lit up like a fucking beacon, Boom! There he is. So no big ship came in, some wee ship came from a big ship to Earth and went back up. And a wee ship didn't fly from another fucking solar system or another galaxy and come here. And popping in out of... Okay, they came from another universe. Really? How did they do that? Fuck, we can't work out how to travel faster than light through wormholes in our universe, never mind going from one universe to a fucking another universe. But suddenly, these wee green men are not only aliens from across the universe, now they're aliens from another fucking complete universe. They're not the other side of them, but another universe. A separate bubble somewhere. Mental.
Great question, and I have a whole chapter in the book that sort of details, okay, you want to do science on UAPs, here's what you have to do. And the important thing for that is to, you're not going to be looking to answer the question, are there aliens on Earth? You're going to be looking to collect data about UAPs. You're just looking to collect data and then analyze that data in a way that gives you the ability to determine the performance characteristics, right? And then from that, you're going to have to then try and draw conclusions about, is this human technology, is this not human technology? So what there's really 3 options. You can build ground-based sensors looking up, you can put satellites that look down, and you can also mount things on aircraft. And maybe you want to do all 3. But the important thing, and that people really, especially in the UFO community, often don't understand, is that unless you have fully characterized the instruments, you don't know what you're getting, right? And this is the problem with the radars, the military radars, is that, unless I know when was the last time that radar was refurbished, I need the entire history of the thing. I need the machine itself, and I need to have built it myself, or else I just can't trust it. And this is exactly what we do in astronomy, right? The James Webb Space Telescope, we understand everything about its behavior. We understand how it responds to infrared light when the telescope is at 20 degrees, and we understand how it responds to infrared light when it's at 80 degrees, right? We know everything about it, because that's the only way that we can link the data, we can be sure of the data, and that we can then link the data to a claim or a conclusion. And UFOs are no different. It's not like UFOs get a pass on this. And so we'll need to build those kinds of instruments and deploy them. And I think that's probably going to be coming soon. I think, the public is interested in this. And so, we'll do that work. We may learn some really interesting things, even if we don't learn anything about life in the universe. But that's the only really way to do it. And the important thing to notice is that, let's say we did all that and we found that there were certain objects that were making right-hand turns at Mach 500, right? Something that really human-powered technology can't do. Well, what do you do next? Like, that would be stunning. And what do you do next? Well, the only thing you can do next is more science, right? Because it wouldn't tell you what it was. It wouldn't tell you where it was from. It would just tell you, like, wow, this thing is behaving in a way that human technology can't produce. So, like I said, that's the example of good science, right? You put a quarter in, and now a dollar comes out. You did this. You found something extraordinary, which would be mind-blowing. But then, you don't stop there because you still wouldn't know what it was. And, then you have to ask, do I try and shoot one down? Do I try and capture it? Or do I just keep trying to do, now I develop the next level of sensors that can, tell me the next level of detail about it.
When you talk about life in the universe, and one of the possibilities is that we are alone. But for most people, that is, like, emotionally, they literally just can't wrap their heads around that. How do you think it might be reasonable to think that we are actually alone? Or why do you think people get that response?
Well, I think it's entirely, I'm an alien optimist. And I want to also note, for me, it's just as profound if we found a biosphere, a microbial biosphere on an alien world, as if we find a civilization. Like, I don't really care, because either way, it's profound. Because the thing is that life is so different from non-life. Like, living systems are so entirely different that we just want to know whether or not life itself is an accident. That it only happened here, and that's it, right? Because that would be a stunning possibility, and kind of weird and depressing in a lot of ways. So if we just found one example of life elsewhere, even if it was just microbial, that would actually, if we find one example, then there's probably other examples. It means we're not an accident, and there's probably other examples, even if they're, in other galaxies or whatever. But and because life is so creative, then to me, all bets are off. That, who knows, somewhere life has done amazing things. But let's say even that's not possible. Let's say that we really are an accident. That would be stunning. That would really be, and I think, I would have a hard time wrapping my mind around that. If we searched and searched, like, obviously, you're not going to be able to conclude that in 30 years. But let's say we had 500 years of searching and we simply never found any evidence of any other biospheres, of any other activity, any other life anywhere else. On the one hand, it would mean that we would really need to cherish. Like, I think ethically, it would change everything. That, the killing of, like, on some level, everybody needs to become a vegetarian from that point onward, right? Because that means life is so rare and so sacred and so important that we have to do everything we possibly can to maintain it. And then, in some sense, interstellar travel, or the settlement of other worlds, I think becomes imperative to spread life. If we're the only life there is, I take it as life is a good. Life is important. I would say that, everybody, the conclusions, everybody has to be a vegetarian, and we absolutely have to start settling the stars.
Yeah, I say trees are better than rocks, right?
Yeah.
And that if we are truly alone, then boy, did we mess up.
Did we mess up?
If we didn't get off this planet and ensure that life could spread across the universe.
Right. The way I've always looked at when people talk about settling Mars or settling the solar system, some people have this idea that it's unethical to settle Mars. And I really disagree with that. I mean, obviously, if there's life on Mars, then we have to be super careful. But, it's not us settling Mars. It's not human beings settling Mars. It's the biosphere. It's Earth biosphere. We're the agent of the biosphere that's going to be sending a green tendril out to Mars to expand it. So, the whole history, as you pointed out, the whole history of Earth's biosphere is just covering everywhere, getting any nook and cranny on the planet life has spread to. And we should see the rest of the planets as that's exactly, we're just the agents of the biosphere for that.
There have been proposed dozens of ways to search for technosignatures, and you've been involved in many of the meetings that have helped figure out those ideas. There's a master list kicking around that I really want to get my hands on, but apparently it's not ready yet.
Yes, it's not ready yet, yeah. But it will be soon, I think.
Please send it to me when it's ready.
Right.
What do you think best bang for the buck? If you had to go all in on one technique, where would you invest? If you had to push all the chips in, what would be the single technique that you think could give us the best bang for the buck?
Well, I really think it's atmospheric technosignatures. It's things associated with looking at planets, right? Because the great thing about atmospheric tech, and atmospheric is one particular find, but I would say planetary, right? Looking for, in that first famous meeting in 2018, what I called metabolic technosignatures. Technosignatures associated with a civilization just going about its business, right? Because in the early days of SETI, because of the requirements of radio messaging or radio technology, what you really required was somebody sending you a message, somebody pointing at you with a big radio telescope and pumping lots of energy into a message or a beacon, maybe it's not even a message, aimed at somebody. And that never really made a whole lot of sense. It was the only thing they could do, so it was brilliant and it was provocative work. But I think it's much better just to go find aliens doing what aliens are doing. And so that requires looking at planets, and that's what we can do now. We can look at alien planets, which is where aliens are probably going to live, and just look for them going about their civilizationing business. So, go ahead.
Do they know we're here?
They probably could. Certainly, if you were looking at if you had telescopes of the kind that we're getting soon,
just imagine, say, there's a planet, and the dominant species is like a goat they've developed from goats, right? They might still be on 4 legs, they might be on 2, I don't know. But they're intelligent, but because of their hooves, they can't make fires and they can't build big giant buildings. What they can do, though, is they've learned to gang up on all the animals that eat them and just wipe them all out. All they've managed to do is they just wiped out all the predators, right? So now they just live on a planet where they just roam and eat grass all day. They didn't bother, they're so intelligent, they didn't, we don't need fire, we don't need tools to kill all the predators. Now we just sit here and eat the grass like we were made to, and that's the way they live. Whatever. They never thought of getting a telescope or sending a message, hello, we're here. No, they're just happy eating grass. We could find planets like that, just full of ruminants just eating grass. Maybe some predators. Maybe they're intelligent and they've ganged up on all the predators and murdered them all, Or maybe they've made a deal with them. They sacrifice their first newborn child on a full blood red moon or something, like some fucking crazy human beings would think up, Yeah, let's sacrifice somebody to the mountain god, Oh, just 20 IQ, man. Humans, fucking 20 IQ.
Even with JWST, you would know that Earth has had a biosphere for billions of years. Earth has been recognizable as a habitable, as an inhabited planet for a long, long time. And for the last 100 years or so, if you're within 100 light years, you can see that we've been changing the planet. We've been adding technosignatures to the planet.
And there are tens of thousands of stars within 100 light years of us.
I think that number is pretty good. Yeah, I'd have to
yeah,
go back
I think it's it's 60,000. I forget the number exactly.
So
what I'd like to know is with all the nuclear bombs that we have blown up on our planet, and we've fired nuclear bombs into the atmosphere and blown them up there as well. Some of that's bound to have leaked off into space, right? And because Earth is travelling through space, some of that shit's going to be left in space, and we've got a big plume of radioactive crap in a ring around our fucking sun. If somebody was looking at us through a JWST telescope from their planet, what would they think of the light signature they're getting? I'd love... When was this? 2 days ago? Maybe not 3 billion. Um, oh, say atom system. I can't fucking spell. What would our solar system look like through a JWST on a planet 600 million light years from here? Yeah. There we go. I've got a few questions, right? What would our solar system look like through a GWC on a planet 6 million light years from here? Okay. Would they think we had habitable planets, or could they detect the nuclear waste from atmospheric explosions in the 60s? And what would our planet atmosphere? Ah, yeah, I'll just go up with that. I don't know. Nobody's ever going to answer that. I know that.
So there are definitely there's worlds that have that are within the range to see like.
Yeah, there are roles that we can actually detect the atmosphere. Yeah. I'm sorry I had to keep running away, guys. I'm fucking cooking dinner at the moment and checking my mum's happy with the TV and stuff.
Like,
So I'm
oh
sorry.
yeah, look, the city lights. The backside of the planet is lighting up. Oh, okay.
If we get an email from the aliens, should we open it?
That isn't it. Yeah, we should open it up, but I'm not sure we should respond, right? I mean,
Should we even open it?
See, this guy has got it. Should we even open it? Right? Don't get me wrong. I'm not poo-pooing on this broadcast. I think this is pretty good. I do think a lot of the questions were stupid. I think we could come up with smarter, better questions that would be pertinent to us as a species, rather than imagining that every species out there is much more technically advanced than us. We should be thinking that if we can make that leap into interstellar travel, we will be probably the first. That's what I believe, and that's the only way you can think about it if you actually want to achieve it. If you don't want to achieve it, then turn around and say, oh, there's aliens out there that have got international travel and we don't want to go out there and be second to the table and end up being treated badly by people who are just better at it than us, So you got to worry about that, But
like, why? 'Cause you think there's a virus in it or something that
I think if we get a message from you and it means you have to do something to, like, it's like a megalith on Mars and you've got to touch it, put your hand into your slot or something, I would have to think about whether or not to do that. You could just be signalling a species that is far more dominant than you, that you have managed to reach Mars and signal them that you're ready to be harvested again. You understand what I'm saying? Or you're a species that is ready to be harvested. I mean, they may have come on when we had nothing but apes and even dinosaurs and thought, we'll put a megalith on this planet. If ever life gets from there to here, we'll know we can come back and there's technology to be garnered that our brains would never have thought up, because their brains aren't like theirs. They're going to be different from us, we know that, but their technology is going to be learnable and probably better than ours. So we'll come in and suck them dry when they touch the megalith. We don't know, but it could be shit like that. So do we open the message? Might be a fucking bad idea. We might want to examine the structure first. Do what we can. Find out if it's got any defence mechanisms if we drill into it or damage it in any way. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they probably would have thought of this. But we could learn a lot about them before because it's probably going to automatically start sending signals off to them if we fucking even disturb the ground around it and dig it up or whatever, So him asking, should we open the message? I don't think they would give you a chance. I think as soon as you discover something that sends a message, it would send it. It would be set up so as soon as life is detected near it, bing. So, and it's probably have a never-ending supply of power from gravity or some fucking thing. Who knows?
Like, what's the easiest way to deal with a potential rival? Send them instructions for a machine that will destroy their planet.
Will destroy them, yeah.
Right?
No, I think we should open it up. We should definitely. I mean, I don't think there's no way we could not open it up, right? We're just too curious.
Yeah, that's what they're counting on.
But that's the thing. Anything that comes out, we have to be aware that it's probably sent here with the intent that we open it. The discussion we've got is not whether we're going to open it or not. It's what preparations we're going to make before we open it. And what we're going to do with what we find inside. Because that's going to be a big argument around the world. Can you imagine a thing turning up outside the planet? And the people who can get into space, the Chinese, the Russians, the Europeans, the British, you know, they're going to send people up there, you know. We're going to shoot rockets up. We're going to send spacemen up there. And if you think Europe couldn't refit a rocket to send people there, you're mistaken. We just leave it up to the Americans because it's too expensive for the gains that you're going to get. But it's worthwhile for America, to keep the rest of the world thinking that they're like the most highly technological advanced species on the planet. They aren't really. But anyway, yeah, they would all send spaceships up there with people in them to try and find out what that thing is. And we'd probably send robot probes to land on it and then dig at it, find out what it's made of and all that. But if it arrived under power and then stopped and just hung there, yeah, people would be up there pinging it, trying to talk to it, radio contact, firing lasers at it. I'm sure people in Texas would be firing rifles at it through the ground, thinking it's going to do something and then praying hard for God to save them. But yeah, besides that, mankind would have to go up there and explore that thing. If it didn't make any connection or contact with us, we would have to go up and open the fucking thing and get inside. We would have to. And that might be exactly what they want. Maybe that is their goal. Like, it gets there and we're cavemen, we can't even get up there, and it just sits there until we fucking, develop space travel. But I suppose that they would send you because they've detected technology and they know we can go up there, and that's why it arrived. How do they know? I don't fucking know. They're super intelligent. IQ is over 20. We're humans. We've got IQs of 20. I don't care what anybody says. We've got fucking IQs of 20 when it comes down here. Most of the time you're drunk, stoned, hungry, tired, having a mental fucking, seizure or, something bad happening, or you're coughing, you're wheezing, you're having a fucking diabetic fit, a fucking coughing, wheezing, asthma fit, something's going on with us. It means that you're not fucking mentally normal, right? We're all working at 20 fucking %, We used to work better. When we were running about the field chasing down deer, fleet of foot with fucking bows and arrows, every one of us was working at fucking 100%. And if we were working like that now, with the technology we've got, we would probably build a spaceship to get us to fucking Mars in 46 days. But we spend all our time drinking, farting, getting drunk, getting stoned, arguing about abortion, God, gay people, who should be able to wear a dress, toilets, for fuck's sake. Most of the time out in the world you date behind a bush, but suddenly toilets are so fucking important. Yeah. Apparently God doesn't like toilets or something, or doesn't like people, or he doesn't like people in toilets. I'm not really sure. There's something religious or some fucking thing. Anyway, some people don't like toilets because God told them or something. Aliens are going to come down. You think we're going to do anything about aliens coming down? Are you fucking kidding me? They're hiding from us, that's why we've not got any photographs. No, they're not fucking hiding from us. There's no photographs because there's no aliens. If the aliens come down here and found us working at 20% of our intelligent capacity, they would round us all up and sell us off in the slave market. Fuck me.
We'd have to be real careful about what we did with it. Yeah, I wouldn't sure. I mean, like, it's like getting an email, right? But what's attached to it, right? That's the great. Do we open the attachment?
Yes.
That may be,
yeah. Do we open the attachment?
Yeah. This goes to that whole the dark forest hypothesis, which I take seriously. I think I'm not a big fan of METI for that reason. I think we should really be careful about, because it's one thing to say yes, we are visible, But there's lots of planets in this, or lots of stars in the sky. It's not clear that anybody's looking for us directly, or that's different from sending a giant, or putting up a giant flashlight, or sending up a flare to announce your presence, where you really tell everybody, "Hey, look, hey, everyone, we're here." I think that's something that.
I think this idea is stupid and unwanted as well. I don't think an intelligent species at the other side of the solar system, the universe, or whatever, right, would send a sealed container containing death inside at the end of it opened it to another system. Why? They would have to know exactly the kind of organisms we are, and that we would succumb to this death that they've provided us. Now, could that be technology? And they tell us, oh, if you build this machine, it does that. Yeah, do you know what scientists are going to do? Yeah. We're going to, believe you, but we're going to verify it. Yeah, so we're not going to build a big, gigantic fucking one like they want us to, you know what I mean? We're going to buy a tiny wee one. Build a tiny wee one and try it out somewhere safe. Right? And then we're going to say, oh, so it does do that thing that they say, but we don't know what it actually is until we start to put things through or what things. No, it might be a lot of transport from another universe or another solar system. It could be another galaxy. It could be anything, right? But you know what I mean? We're going to build a wee one and see what happens, and then we'll build the big thing, you know. Because we might work at 20%, but even at 20%, because we're capitalists, we're like, we're going to spend all this money to build a big one. We don't know if it works. I mean, can you check any of this math here? And some sides are going to say, well, we get to here and we can understand it, and then we've got this stuff, and yeah, it's like the free split experiment. Not the two split, it's the free split experiment. This is more wild than the two split. And yeah, so they would get into math that they can't verify because they've never experienced what this machine does. But we would probably build a small version of it, or test out some of the mechanics of it. You know what I mean? We could test individual parts and see what it does. We could work out what it's actually going to do when it's built after testing some of the functions of it. Well, okay, I might be drinking and smoking dope and still working at 100%. Or I'm done and Krugering it and I'm still at 20% with everybody else. That's the problem. We all think we're at 100% and we're only at 20%. I think I'm at 100%. I'm probably at 20%. I could probably be better than this if I was at 100%, but I'm at 20%. Can you imagine if I was at 100%? Can you imagine Donald Trump being at 100%? Because he's only at 20% right now. Can you imagine Donald Trump at 100%? I'm just saying, right? Well, now imagine me at 100%. I'm just saying, right? We're all working at 20%. That's the human fucking race. And we're paying for it.
We should be careful about, because we often have this idea that, like, oh, aliens, they're peaceful, they're wonderful, but that's anybody's guess. I mean, it's not clear. You know, intelligence may be associated with being a predator, right? That's certainly.
Have you ever walked up on a dog and it looks perfectly calm and it's just sitting there looking at you? You walk over, you put your hand and go, hey, boy, and it goes, ow, 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 ow. You know what I mean? Yeah. You've got to be fucking careful, right? I got all my animals. Even animals that bark at me, they normally calm down because I'm not going to overreact. If it, yeah, and I take my hand back, oh, okay. I say, yeah, boy. And I normally allow myself get to their level, look in the eye, and just talk each other and do, hey, you know, hey, come on, hey. And try and get that, because most dog, unless if he's alpha dog, yeah, he might not like being looked in the eyes, but he'll let you know. But if he's not an alpha dog and he's just scared, which most dogs are, the normally beaters are lower, once you get them to look them in the eye and they see that you're not making any threat postures with the look in the eye, you're not baring your teeth or anything like that, you know, growling or, you know what I mean? So don't smile at a dog. Do not smile at a dog who's not comfortable with you. It's not a good thing for them, right? Doing that and turn your face away and putting your neck up in it, that's acceptable, but I wouldn't recommend doing that with a dog either, right? No, look in the eye and just with a plain face, you know, don't smile or nothing. Just go, oh, there boy, oh, come on, you know. Maybe not reach out, but you know, that he'll eventually, if you're not, you'll see he'll do a couple of steps with his front legs, and then he might lean forward like that. If you see that action, he's going to accept it. Still don't reach out, but say calming words, and he will come to you, and he'll wag his tail, and he'll do that, you know, he'll put his face up at the side of yours. You know what I mean? He's trying to smell your pheromones and all that, and get something on them, and it's like they're like to rub. Animals like to rub, right? And that's fine. And you can make friends with a dog. So it's not an alpha dog that just thinks you shouldn't be me, I'm going to bite you. If he's already got that in his head, then you shouldn't be there. But it's just a dog in the street, you know. Yeah, they're normally okay. I've never been bitten in my life. And I've confronted many, you know, Alsatians and Dobermans and stuff like that. They normally calm down when they see that you're not a threat, you know. Don't do any, don't run away, and don't make any motions of protecting yourself against them if they're not actually lunging at you and trying to bite you. But if they're just in front of you, backing, yes, stay calm and don't move. Do not move. Hopefully the neighbour's there, but if you don't move and they're just barking, they won't attack you so long as you don't do anything, you know. So even attack dogs, they're trained not to just go and eat people. When you hear about dogs that are just left to run wild in old fucking factories and shit, yeah, they're not fucking trained. They're just dogs that have been left to go partly feral. They get thrown some meat now and then, but you know they're probably eating rats and kids that break in. You know, some people are terrible with their fucking animals.
For us, it's been, you know, it's the predatory species that are the most intelligent often. So yeah, I think one should be careful. There could be wolves among the stars.
A hippopotamus isn't a predator. It will mess you up.
Yeah, but it's different. He's not talking about an animal that is dangerous if you go near it. He's talking about an intelligent species like us, mankind, who will fucking hunt your ass and hunt you down till we get you. You're not getting away. You know what I mean? If we only injure you when we hit you the first time, we're not letting you go. We're following that body. Yeah, you're gone. Once that's what a pack of wolves sit their eye on it. Once they've injured that animal, until that animal can outpace them, which is probably fucking rare. Probably some animals do it, but no. That wolf pack is going to trail you down. They're going to hunt you for 35, 50 miles and then take you down. You know what I mean? They're harrowing you all the time till you weaken and die. That's what mankind did. We did that to fucking woolly rhinoceroses. We did it to fucking woolly mammoths. You know, we ran the fuckers off the cliffs with fucking flames. You know what I mean? God damn, we use our brains to kill fucking things much massiver than us, you know? Can you imagine what an intelligent species, technologically intelligent species, they could probably just come into this solar system, point some kind of fucking ray or drop some goo on the planet, and that planet would be terraformed for them in like 10 years or something, you know? By the time the cruise ships came, they were dropping off the fucking sunny holders, you know, they've already, you know, reformed the planet into what they want and built mega fucking hotels and sunny beaches and you know, condos and shit, you know. Or they've stripped it of what they want and fucked off. They've got no interest in us, mate. If they've travelled about the universe, they've got no interest in us or helping us. What are we going to give them? What are they possibly going to be able to give us that is going to give them a return on their investment when they can travel the fucking universe and we can't even get back to the moon? I'm sorry. 20 IQ. We don't really want to meet anybody out in space, we really don't. We'd love to know what they know, but the only way we're going to get to know that is if we stop fighting each other here on fucking Earth. The Muslims and the Christians and the fucking communists and fucking, I don't know who they are, MAGA, fascists, Nazis, idiots. Anyway, all these fuckers have got to stop fighting. How are you going to stop the Catholics and Protestants and Muslims and Americans fighting with Mexico? I mean, shooting people. How are you going to stop all that? How are you going to stop any of that shit happening and get everybody just to live it? Let's just get along, you know what I mean? Let's just get along and build gigantic fucking spaceships. Nobody's caring about it. They care about the weeds in their fucking garden more than they care about a fucking satellite in the fucking sky. Even though their whole life depends on that satellite, that weed is more fucking important thing because it's their fucking weed. They fucking feed that weed. They water that fucking weed, thinking it was a fucking flower, but it doesn't matter. 20% IQ. Sorry, 20 IQ, human being. By the time they find out it's a weed, they start telling people, well, I was wanting to grow weeds, rather than tell them they didn't know. That's your basic fucking human. Even when they're proved that they're fucking wrong. Yeah, well, that's what I wanted anyway. I never told you, did I? I wanted weeds. Yep, I'm telling you. 20 IQ.
That's a point too. Yeah, it's great. Large grazing civilizations might also have their own problems that we need to deal with.
Yeah, I think about that. Do you think they'll look like us?
No, and that's one of the things. So that's why, especially with the, in the book and writing the book, I was really also aiming at people in the UFO community, because I get why people, I get why, whether you're in the UFO community or just really interested, I get it. Look, my whole life is about, studying life in the universe. It's super exciting. But, you always have to engage in the science, because the science has a lot to tell you, right? And so this idea that the grays, the little humanoid-looking aliens, when you look at evolution, and we know a lot about evolution, it's really, really hard to imagine that on another planet you would get all the accidents, because, evolution is a battle between convergence and contingency. Convergence says, look, if there's air, if you're living on a planet with an atmosphere, you're going to get some version of wings. Wings are a great way of, evolution will stumble on wings. But it doesn't tell you what the wings are going to look like or how many wings or what version.
It's not even that. There was a time on Earth when everything was crawling about the ground and there was no trees and bushes to climb up into. Can you imagine a time when you crawl out the ocean? This is basically the start of things leaving the ocean and getting onto land. You can climb onto the ocean like turtles and lay your eggs and go back into the ocean, right? You can climb into the ocean to lay your eggs from land. Maybe you're a crab, you see crab when they shit your eggs off. But I'm talking about before that. I'm talking about back in the day when it was worms and slime, and some worms might have been, I'm just saying, might have been climbing up at calm low tides, full moons, you know what I mean? Or new moons. I can't remember what's going to the lower tide. I think it's a new moon. So new moons, they climb up onto the sand, lay their eggs, get them fertilised. It just came out just masses, a mat of squirmy worms, all squirming eel wings or whatever you like them, all just squirming and laying eggs and spraying, semen all over the place, and then they all go back into the ocean, and the eggs sink into the sand. Some birds come down, well, no, there's no birds, right? This is before anything, so they come up and they're safe. Those eggs, there's nothing on the land, there's nothing on the land yet, right? When things actually got on the land, there was no trees or bushes, so if you had something hunting you that's bigger than you, and you couldn't outrun it, you were today's dinner, That would have been a terrible, terrible time. And then eels come on. Anything else that knew that the eels, or these worms, did that, and laid their eggs, they would eventually learn about it, and they would be coming into the shore at that time as well. Oh, it's a new moon. It's time to go into the shore and eat all these lovely worms, So anything else that's in there, and they'd all be just crawling. So they'd be crawling up out the ocean, eating some worms, and then going back in the ocean, and the worms go back in the ocean. Or the eggs hatch, there's billions of worms again, Millions get eaten, billions get born. You know what I mean? It's like, that's how life started. Just reproduce more than you that die. Now we get our level of life, and we are so fixated on our children, our families, our DNA, because I can distinguish my DNA. My child can be tested and proven, and my DNA, they're my family. But what we can also prove? Almost, in fact, every living thing on the planet is connected to our DNA. They've got bits of our DNA, and they've not got the bits that made us human, but they've got the bits in DNA that made them them. That means that we used to be like them, and we've added DNA to us. Our species is different than by having more DNA to give us more things like skin and beards and eye colour and whether we go bald when we're 40 or not. All this is all in our DNA. And it's like millions and millions and millions of more pieces of information. But then you see something else, like a whale that's got a lot of the same DNA, or a chimpanzee, but they're nothing like us. So how many things in the DNA has to be turned on and turned off to make us human and make apes or make a peach? You did know that. You can take the DNA of a peach and prove that it is part of the Earth family. We are all part of a family in Earth. Every bit of life on Earth, every single plant, every single animal, every single insect, every bit of bacteria, we've all got the same DNA. We come from the same planet. Now, as I said earlier, we might have had spongermia or whatever you call it, something, or a rock might have landed on this earth and brought bacteria somewhere else, and then we formed out of that bacteria. That's a possibility, but we don't know. We could have just formed here out of the natural processes of electricity from thunder and lightning, and water and chemicals washing over different kinds of stone with different dissolvable chemicals and stuff in them, and then cooking for a while in a pond and producing gunk, and but that gunk would probably have died and dried out and then been resaturated and came back to life. This is what happens with a lot of fungi and stuff like that, moss and stuff. They can dry out and die. And then when it rains, they just reabsorb like a sponge, they soak water up and come back to life. So that might have been how this gunk worked for a bit, and then eventually single cell organisms came about through it. I don't know. But it's possible. It's more possible than some man in the sky. Don't know how big he is. Is he the same size as a human? Is he gigantic, like you see in the movies, Thor and all that? Nobody really knows, because nobody's ever seen him. It's just a thing we talk about, like dream things, Oh, I dreamed about this, a unicorn. Oh, yeah. That's Scots know about unicorns. It's a national animal, and it doesn't exist. So we know about that. This is why Scots people like me get educated and we understand. People can believe in things that don't exist. I don't want to find myself there. Anyway, Happy, 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 happy thoughts. Anyway, let's find out more about.
You know, we're just talking about surfaces that air can flow over. So the idea that you're going to get, so that's convergence, and contingency are all the accidents, all just the, you know, a snail is sliding along and then a rock rolls over it and it dies, and that's the end of that lineage. So the idea that you're going to get all the accidents that you need to reproduce a head, on shoulders, with arms, you know, 2 arms and 2 legs, it's just not going to.
I totally hate that analogy. See that analogy where there's one snail crawling, a rock falls on it, and that's killed a whole lineage. I don't believe that. Especially not of a snail. I mean, the mother of that snail weighed probably hundreds of eggs. Probably like 300, 500, 600 eggs, right? So the fact that that one snail is going to be the only progenitor of any genetic changes that are going to be meaningful and can be wiped out by one stone falling on it, I don't believe so. It would be like saying you could kill the person with the reddest hair in Scotland and wipe out red-hairedness. I'm sorry. Gingers are never going to die out, man. Gingers will take over the world. In fact, if we're ever going to find aliens on the world, I think it's probably the Gingers. And yeah, got to watch out for them. Anyway.
Going to happen, or it's so improbable that you would get this kind of configuration. You know, the problem with that view is it doesn't do nature service. Look at all the insane varieties of life we have, where everybody comes from the same last common ancestor. If you start off with a different lineage, of an entirely different lineage of life,
and that's it. We never
it's
find
just
that.
not going to look like us. So I would put a lot of money down that not only are we the only humans, we're the only humanoids, and we should expect to be. When we actually find aliens and get to meet them, we should expect to be surprised and grossed out, probably.
But also, like, we'll get it. Like, I think we see that alien and we go, oh, I get it, right? That we'll see them and it'll make sense. Like, we'll know, they have a way of seeing the electromagnetic spectrum. They have a way of encountering.
Okay. If we meet an alien species that's crossed the boundaries of interstellar space, we are never going to understand their language like they do. In fact, we are never going to understand their language as much as we understand how people pronounced Egyptian. We're probably going to be able to understand the language in what we can conceive. Certain words might have no meaning to us, is what I'm saying. Much like when English and other nations first met, and when France first met, South Americans, it was very, very difficult to communicate. And we are the same animal who can only pronounce or make so many different sounds that are what you would call conversational. I know, we can make lots and lots of different other sounds. We can scream and honk and click and throat whistle and everything, nasal, we can do all those things. And we can also be tapping our nose and pulling our ear and our brain and making, we could really make language complicated, right? But we fucking don't, because we don't need to. And thank fucking God for that. Most people just came up with a vocal language, using all the same restrictions of a normal passive talking voice for conversation. There were specialist noises and things used by hunters and gatherers and all that when they were keeping quiet and trying to blend in, bird whistles and stuff like that, and nasal honks and stuff, The other animals might think it's just an animal and I don't have to worry I'm not being hunted. But yeah, mankind normally talks in a conversational manner like I do, and we use the ABCD, you know what I mean? A-E-I-O-U, yeah, I mean, in English, but other foreign languages have phonetics, they have a language, they have a letter system, and that's why it's easy for us to actually learn each other's languages. If, for instance, you went to Peru and the Peruvians spoke some kind of nasal whistle clicking fucking language, the Spanish would never have fucking understood it. In fact, when the Spanish got to South America, they couldn't understand the Peruvians, and they had to depend on some Peruvians learning Spanish and interpreting for them, which is normally the case when any world country invades another, or takes over another by just finding it, and better superiority in technology and that take over, normally they start off finding smart people in the society to train to learn their language and be interpreters rather than learning the language themselves, because they're working at 20 IQ. They're looking for somebody who's working at 100 IQ to be able to learn their language so they don't have to. Very, very fucking lazy. And I don't imagine that any alien that could turn up a spaceship is going to be as lazy as that. They're probably going to know our language before they interact with us. And they'll probably have some way of communicating with us anyway if we don't if we don't do what they want. They just evacuate you. Evacuate? Maybe that was the wrong word. Maybe not evacuate, right? That's what you do when you've not passed a stone a while, I suppose. I seen somebody talking about it on another video, sorry. Anyway, so, it's a cruise video. I was going on a cruise and being constipated, and I was saying, oh my god, why do people want to make videos like that? Anyway, why am I watching a video like that? Well, there's another thing. I like the weird. Anyway, no, the aliens aren't going to be constipated. We're not constipated. I don't know, something to do with a blockage or something.
Sound waves, they have a way of interacting with their environment, manipulating their environment, and we also know, if we know where they came from, then how they function will be apparent to us. We're like, oh, I get it. Like, I never imagined it, but I get it.
That's exactly what it is. Like, definitely, life will be constrained by the laws of physics and chemistry and the logic of Darwinian evolution, right? I think those are all going to be universal. But the path, you already just look on Earth.
This is the thing. Our path to space is blocked by physics. These are fundamental laws that we need to understand in order to know how to break them, in order to be able to travel through space faster than light. I don't think we're ever going to get there. But what else? He was saying something I wanted to talk about.
Of encountering sound waves, they have a way of interacting with their environment, manipulating their environment, and we also know, if we know where they came from, then how they function will be apparent to us. We're like, oh, I get it. Like, I never imagined it, but I get it.
That's exactly what it is. Like, definitely, life will be constrained by the laws of physics and chemistry and the logic of Darwinian evolution, right? I think those.
Yes. I've already said that. I think Darwinian evolution exists through the whole universe, and yet we are constrained by physics and the physical properties of the universe and stuff like that. But then he goes on to say something else, doesn't he?
Those are all going to be universal. But the path, you already just look on Earth and you look at the paths that can take. There's an infinite amount of variety. Nature is so much more creative than we are, and
it's kind of obsessed with crabs, though.
Yeah, I don't. I'm sorry. Sorry. God. Excuse me. Right. Yeah, the social constraints of society and stuff are going to be much harder to fucking deal with. I mean, all these things are going to be standard physics, the properties of what we build to go through space, time, dilation, all that stuff, all that stuff is all true. We're going to be confined by that stuff, But the idea that he's got that we can imagine more things, that is true. But the thing is, we can imagine things that are impossible. And if we're going to spend time arguing about whether things are possible or not possible, then we are holding ourselves back. Religion has already held humanity back, I think, for 1,000 odd years. Probably 15, maybe even 2,500 years. Right? It's been holding us back. All the things that we have invented during that time, we would have invented, but a lot of the stuff that we didn't get to discuss at all because it was against God and against Scripture and against this and against that and against what this king wanted. And, you understand? We were being wanted and restricted by individual people who are running at 20 IQ but have got the power to control everybody else's use of their IQ. So even if you've got 100 IQ, you can't work on a thing because it's anathema. If you even talk about this subject, yeah, you get bumped at the fucking stake. And we'd hundreds of years when you couldn't even fucking explore nature and talk about it, you know what I mean, at that age and shit, you know. Fuck me, you know. Religion that's held us back. We could be 1,000 years further ahead now in just the last 100 years if we'd just been allowed to do shit, you know. And then we've got the same shit going on again, man. Fucking Arabs and fucking Christians. Fucking murdering each other and every cunt else on about them, you know. It's like, fuck me. Grow the fuck up. Fucking education, mate. Just go to stick everybody into college. Everybody in the whole fucking world gets a free college fucking degree, whether you like it or fucking no. And shut every fucking church down in the world. Tax them fucking 200%, of cunts. They've had fucking enough after the world for nothing, you know? What have they ever given us? They've given us a couple of good books, a few good stories, a couple of morals that if you read or listen to any ordinary fucking backwoods story or old story from any country, it has the same morals as the Bible. And we're talking about Celtic. You look back in your Celtic, your Scots religion, your Irish religion, back in the day when we all told stories, we listen to that, our stories are even better at being moralistic than the fucking Bible. The Bible is shite. 1 minute it's telling you to be fucking nice, and next minute it's telling you to murder everybody and the fucking sheep and cattle and shit. What the fuck? That's psychopathic fucking behaviour. We don't have that in the Celtic fucking language. But yeah, you've fucking got it in fucking Hebrew, you've got it in Arabic, you've got it in fucking Christian. Or American English, but yeah, English, you don't have it. Oh my god. Use people. Just fucking stop with all your fucking religion shit. You know what I mean? Fucking the aliens turn up. Who's going to claim them as their God first? That's what I mean. Who's going to claim that it's Jesus? The first alien that turns up on Earth, who's going to be the first to claim that it's Jesus or Allah or some fucking thing, and a world war breaks out over it? A fucking world war over an alien turning up because religious people want to claim it as their God. That's probably what would happen. That is a fucking 20 IQ fucking society right there. Destroy the world because God doesn't like you. Your God turned out not to be your God or whatever. Oh my God. Bullshit, man. Come on. Got to get out of this fucking 20 IQ thinking, guys. You know what I mean?
Does. All right. A lot of walking sideways, right? And a lot of tentacles too.
Yeah.
But it's been said that if you even if with Earth, if you went back a few billion years and rewound the tape and reran it, Earth's evolution, there's not a single creature, single species alive today that would be here. It would have headed off in a different direction. There'd be fins, there'd be wings, there'd be legs, but it wouldn't look anything like what we have.
So Adam, what are you obsessed with right now?
Starfield, the video game.
Have you played No Man's Sky?
No, I haven't. I played it when it first came out when it was not
it's
that
so
great.
much better now. So there's
Yeah.
and it has that
I played
similar
Elite Dangerous.
scratches that
I played
same
Elite
itch.
Dangerous so Elite Dangerous I played for a long time. But I'm really digging it. It took me a while to get into Starfield, but I'm really digging it. But I don't think that's the question you're asking.
Well, I find that a perfectly satisfying answer. But no, I was interested. So I want a sneak preview of what paper you're working on next. Is my sneaky way of asking this question.
Yeah. So on one whole field I've been taking on or working in is the idea of just what is life? Like what separates living things from non-living things. So we got a grant recently from the Templeton Foundation to study what's called semantic information. So let's look at life from this is like Sarah Walker's perspective. What
I saw a paper just like yesterday about this.
Yes,
2 years ago.
Because our paper just came out, and then today I have something in. I wrote a piece on it for Big Think.
Okay.
So the idea that you want to look at life not as a thing but as a process, and information is the most. What really separates this. The idea is what really separates living from non-living systems is the use of information. So black holes have information, but they don't use it. They don't process it for any of their own ends.
Right,
So
they hoard it.
So we published our first paper, just came out yesterday.
Okay, that's the one that I saw. I didn't notice your name on it, but I didn't look carefully.
Yeah. So that was
author,
that's a really exciting. It's just a first step. We're just sussing out this idea. We're using a paper by Kolczewski and Wolpert from 2018 where they formulated the idea of a theory of semantic information, and now we're starting to apply it. So that I'm really interested in. We're also working on a paper to ask, this is a great question about technosignatures, how long will the lunar lander be visible on the moon surface? In other words, if somebody came a billion years ago and dropped maybe a big monolith or something on the moon,
it would last basically forever. It's not going to wear down, it's not going to rust. I suppose if it gets hit by a fucking asteroid, it could get obliterated. But barring that, I mean, there's nothing there to destroy it. I suppose eventually over time it's going to become a bit weaker and through sun's rays and stuff. But I don't think it's going to I think it's going to be there for basically forever as well, yeah.
How long till just micrometeorites, it's called gardening, that's what they call it, gardening, would just wear it away? So, for solar system SETI, we're just doing those calculations now. How long would something last? So that's another project that I'm working on. We got a long.
I can tell, even with the micrometeorite thing he's talking about, you're millions of years, man. Millions of years, God, mankind will probably be dead and gone. We probably have moved it and trashed it by the time we'll be asking, we will be on the moon and we'll move that to build something. I guarantee we'll have moved it into a museum or something, and built something on the land. It was one. I guarantee that's what's going to happen with almost all the stuff on the moon. It's all going to end up in a moon fucking museum when they eventually get there. There might be one or two, maybe two places they'll leave and they do excursions to for people who go and visit the moon in 100 years, They'll be able to see these 1969, 1971 sort of the epitome of technology at the time in the 60s and 70s. People, but I think a lot of it, unless it's miles away from where they build, maybe all of them become, visitor sites. You can go and do all of them, a bit like going to Scotland and doing all the top mountains. It might be something like that. You see all the site, the Russian, the Chinese, the American, the field shit as well, where things just crashed. Go and see that. Right, that would be. You see all of them in like 2 weeks on the moon, and then you come home. Yeah, that's probably going to be a thing in like 100 years.
do you think that, your Silurian hypothesis about Earth, the math is different on the moon, where we don't have the same kinds of weathering that's happening on the moon? Because I've heard people make the proposal that the best place for us to do a core sample is on the moon, like dig down through.
No. The moon doesn't have an atmosphere. It's never had any protection from solar radiation. The moon is nothing like that. There's no point in drilling down into it. It never had an atmosphere, it never had water, it never had bacteria, it never had anything on it. Right? The moon has always been just a chunk of rock. You're not going to find anything inside the moon that's going to be surprising. Surprising for like a planet that has life on it. It's not going to transfer over. You might find something surprising inside the moon, as in structure, how it was built. You know what I mean? I don't know if the moon has a metal core. I don't think it does. But if it does, it's tiny. There's a lot you could find by drilling into the moon. But I don't think it's going to be anything that could be helpful to describing planets or anything like that, other than moons. And specific moons like the moon, which is dead and doesn't have a metal core and isn't affected by the gravity of the Earth enough to heat it up so it's not warm. Whereas the moons circling Saturn and stuff like that are definitely being affected by the gravitational pull of Saturn and being heated and kept warm inside at their core, which means they could have like their frozen balls of ice, supposedly, but could have a molten sea underneath. We don't really know about it. Anyway, but yeah, the moon, we're not going to learn anything about the moon apart anything substantially important about anything else other than the moon than by drilling into it. I think eventually we will settle on them, we will station it, and we will drill into the moon, but I don't think we're going to find anything important by drilling into the moon. So I think it's not something that I would be putting on a checklist or something I've got to do when we're on the moon. I mean, it's a thing you can get to later.
Several hundred meters of regolith, bring it all back home, and slowly you'll get a record of every solar flare, every gamma ray burst, every supernova, and in theory.
Well, you say that, but we don't know, because we don't know how. It would depend on the part of the moon you choose to drill into, because some of these places are going to have been upset by impacts and stuff like that, and impact heat and shock to rock is going to fracture it, heat it up, maybe change it. And see, a lot of that stuff is going to make a lot of what you discover indeterminate and stuff like that until we get samples from all around the moon. So yeah, as I say, finding anything real about the moon that's going to have any importance to us is going to take being on the moon as long as we've been on Earth and drilling as much times into as many different places. We have drilled into the moon about 4 inches or something, or like 5 times or something. You know what I mean? It's like we have got nothing, on the fucking moon. And he's talking about it. Why would we think we're going to get anything really important? As I say, you're going to have to drill down to the depths of an oil fucking well or a water well. Hundreds of meters, 3, 6, 1,200 meters to get anything other than disturbed rock. And there's not going to be any oil or gas down there. It's only just going to be different types of rock. As I say, might help us understand how the moon was formed, but it's not going to be of much importance to real life and getting people jobs and food. It's going to be just a total scientific endeavour and no monetary return for finding out these things on the moon, I don't think. I really don't think.
Every melted monolith.
Right. That is exactly right. I mean, right. Yeah. The Earth, the weathering, you have a few million years before pretty much the whole surface is reworked. But on the moon, stuff's going to sit there forever. So that's why nobody'd ever done the calculation. People have done, there's lots of calculations about weathering of the regolith.
Again, I say things are going to sit there on the moon forever, unless they were in the middle of what's now a crater. Because if they were in the middle of what's now a crater, they're gone forever, right? Dust, right? So yeah, things can last forever on the moon. I said that they can last. It probably will last forever, but it's not like 100%. I mean, you look at the amount of craters on the moon. I know it's not getting hit as much now as it did in the past, but it just lets you know that it only takes one rock to fall on your head, and you're just a crater, you know. And they might not even name it after you because they don't know your name.
Of the lunar soil, but nobody said, okay, put a plate there, put a metal plate, 3 inches thick, and ask how long is that going to be there before it's sort of broken apart so finely that you couldn't see it. Because people have proposed we have all these high resolution maps of the moon. Let's do machine learning and see if they're, have.
Okay. The first stuff that was put in the moon was done in 1969, I believe. 1970, 71, we started putting up more stuff. We started putting reflectors and stuff up there. So 1970, 71. Let's take 71, right? So 71, 81, that's 10 years. 91, 20 years. 2011, 30 years. 2021, 40 years. 2023. So 42 years these reflectors have been on the moon, and they still reflect laser beams that you hit them with. So 40 years doesn't look like it's affected anything. I bet you all the shit that's up there is still there. Pretty much looks exactly the same. You could probably climb over it, saw through it, and it would look just like bucket aluminium and stuff, you know. Yeah, it's going to take millions of years for fucking tiny particles and shit to fucking hit that and dissolve it into nothing. I don't know why he's asking that. I mean, you only have to fucking think about it and understand that the only thing that's going to be denuding that is tiny wee particles picking off an electron or a fucking atom at a time, or 3 atoms, you know what I mean? Bing, bing. And maybe you get a micrometeorite that demolishes like 0.5 gram or something. And that happens once 1,000 years. And you've got 1,000 kilograms to get rid of. No, I'm sorry, these things are going to be the moon forever, mate. Until the moon gets swallowed up by the sun. Simple as that.
Can the machine find anything unusual?
Or we go there and move them and put them in a museum, you know what I mean? And do something else with that one. But I mean, yeah.
The machine has no problem finding the lander.
Right.
You can give it to a computer and it'll instantly identify, hey, that's weird. So that's what we're trying to find out. So that's a project that will be coming along.
Yeah, and that idea that searching for anomalies, like someone did something similar with, they fed like the entire dark energy survey database to a machine learning algorithm and said, identify all the galaxies that you can, and then, but also tell us everything you couldn't identify.
Yeah.
And those are interesting. And
Right.
there is boundless to be new things, new kinds of objects that people have never proposed before out there in the universe. It's just a matter of, it's needles in the haystack. So,
Right.
so the book again,
Excuse me?
the book again, your book.
The book.
Do you have a copy? Oh, there we go.
The Little Book of Aliens on sale, October 24th. It's, everything you need to know about everything there is to know right now about life in the universe. So I hope people will be interested in buying it, including UFOs and UAPs, which, I also deal with, trying to look at how science will look at them.
Wonderful. Well, thanks, Adam, for taking the time to chat with me today, and good luck with the book, and good luck with finding aliens.
Great.
Well done for writing the book, man. I've probably got multiple books in me. I just don't have the time to write them down. But yeah, book on aliens. I could write fucking 3 books on aliens. I'm 62. I've been reading about this shit since I was 12 or 13. I could write books better than fucking, what do you call them? You know that prick that did the Ancient Aliens and Charity of the Gods and all that. I mean, I used to read books about T. Love Sam Grandpa. Oh my God! You know, if you're trying to find your inner chakra, right? If you're trying to find your inner chakra, you're trying to understand the universe. Well, our galaxy is like an atom on the head of a match that a god has just struck. And our universe is burning bright and expanding the way the gases and the flame on that match head would, you know. And then it's just going to fizzle out, you know. That's the universe. No Big Bang, it was the striking of a match of a god who's so big that our universe is an atom of the match head, you know. That's how small and insignificant we are. There's a universe much bigger, so giant that our universe is an atom in that universe. You know what I mean? Amazing. Yeah, T. Love Some Grandpa, he was kind of crazy. He used to think a lot of these expanded mind, LSD, multiverse, multi-universe sort of thoughts and all that, you know. And I used to read a lot of that when I was doing acids and stuff. And to be honest with you, it got boring, you know. It got very, very boring because I was taking acid and I was tripping and I wasn't getting these emotional rushes and highs and seeing all these atoms and stuff. I was swimming with dolphins and enjoying myself. I thought I was fucking Doctor Who one time on a trip. Yeah. I think the police boxes in Glasgow were something to do with it. We were walking about tripping and I kept seeing blue police boxes everywhere. And I was I'm Doctor Who. Oh, drugs are such fun. But, you know, anyway.
Thank you. I'll let you know if we find any.
Perfect.
I'm not saying you've got to take drugs, right? To enjoy it. No, I'm just saying I enjoyed them. Right? You probably can't get drugs what I got anyway. It was years ago. They don't do that sort. It's all poisonous fucking shit now. Anyway, poisonous shit and aliens and Christianity and Muslimism and murdering mankind. Is it the aliens we need to worry about, or is it other human beings? That's my question for the day. Who do we have to worry about more? These nasty aliens coming across the universe to kill us, or our neighbour who's a religious, fanatic, crazy person who's going to murder us because we ate cheese after midnight or some fucking thing, you know, whatever, you know, some stupid fucking law, you know they've got enough of them. There's going to be one that gets you. See, this is what I don't get. There's enough crazy alien conspiracy things out there that MD can pick one and believe in it, and there's enough crazy religions out there that MD can pick one and just believe in it and get into it. What I don't understand is why people who pick a religion want to kill the other guy because of his religion, whereas people who believe in aliens don't really care what alien you believe in. They're not going to kill you for it. I wish we all just believed in aliens. Oh, it would be so much easier in life, wouldn't it? No having to fight somebody or with God. You've got to pray or denigrate yourself to, or whatever.
Now I'm going to talk a little bit more about sort of conclusions that I got from this conversation with Adam. But first, I'd like to thank our patrons. Thanks to David Richards, Mark Anstis, Antonio Lofilara, Justin Cable, Vlad Shiplin, George, Andrew M. Gross, Jeremy Mattern, Josh Schultz, and Jordan Young, who support us at the Master of the Universe level, and all of our other supporters on Patreon. I think we're at a great time where we've had all of this speculation about whether or not there are aliens in the universe, and it's been an argument, and for a while it was sort of considered something that you just don't propose to NASA to actually go look for aliens. But in 2018, the dam broke, and people started to accept or recognize SETI and just the search for technosignatures in the universe as a legitimate form of scientific study. And there are dozens of ideas that have been proposed.
Again, I'm not averse to this. I'm not averse to people in their hobbies want to watch it for aliens. But I really think that if, as a planet, as a species, if we want to survive some untoward total disaster like a large rock suddenly appear in our solar system which is going to smash into Earth, we need to be able to detect that with enough time to fucking do something about it. Even if it's a failure, even if we throw all our nuclear rockets at it and it doesn't help, we at least need to understand we need to be looking for those things. Those are the things that are going to wipe us out in one stroke. Not an alien, not a Jesus, not a devil, not an atom bomb, although that could be very fucking damaging, one leads to another. But, yeah, it's going to be a big giant fucking rock. Oh, God. And we need to be watching the solar system for movements of rocks, right? Detecting everything big enough to damage or kill a city, basically, right? We don't need to be searching the universe for fucking other aliens. Please, we've got enough fucking aliens. Look at America, Donald Trump and the fucking MAGA. If they're not aliens, if they're not projecting and it turns out that they're all lizard people, I will be very fucking surprised. I'm telling you, I'm waiting for it. Somebody's got to tear that Halloween mask off his face one of these days. Underneath's going to be a lizard man. The only reason they keep so many McBurgers lying about the place is to attract the rats that he eats. You know what I mean? Did you not notice that? Anyway.
We could see time being used on the James Webb Space Telescope to search for biosignatures and technosignatures in the atmospheres of other planetary systems. And so we are now moving into this era where what was before kind of a philosophical question, the kind of conversation you'd have over beers with your buddies, to a proper scientific question. And of course, it's one of the most fundamental questions.
No, we are not moving closer to a fundamental scientific question about whether aliens are that. We're always going to be in the same position until we either leave our solar system and go to another one, or someone from another solar system leaves theirs and comes to ours. Until that time, there is no deep scientific question about aliens. None. You know, we are in the same position we were 1,000 years ago as what we are now. We just think we have more information and we think we know what that information means. But basically, yeah, we're just probing about in the dark with a pin torchlight and thinking we're finding shit, you know. And somebody who's got night vision is wanting to say, oh, you missed that, you missed that, you missed that. Oh, God, how could you? You stepped on it and you didn't see it. You know what I mean? It's like, we know nothing about anything in the universe. We hardly know anything about anything in our solar system. We certainly are kerfuddled and bewildered by most of what the shit we've already found out about our own planet. We still don't even know how to understand each other or ourselves. Oh, we are such a 20 IQ fucking society. A race of 20 IQ. With occasionally someone daring to poke his heads above the parapets and use his full IQ and demand to be heard and change the world occasionally. That's what we are left with. A whole race of 20 IQ that we don't have to be. We don't have to kowtow to these fucking norms of, well, I'm a pastor, my voice should speak louder than yours. Fuck off, you paedophile cunt. Right? So, yeah. We're all just people, man. Murderers, paedophiles, rapists, You know, fuck yous. And if you're not that, then what the fuck are you doing in your church? 'Cause that's basically all I see in it. As long as you fucking buy, motherfuckers. We'll see you later. I need to go to the shop and get some whiskey and some lighters.